Hey, what's up, everybody? Thursday night.
Howdy.
Do not adjust your set.
Wait, I'm going to imitate my last viewing here.
Hot.
Oh my God, that is hilarious. Oh man, do not adjust your set. This is not Mike, Peter, and Chris. This is Mike, Nick, and a panda sub. A panda and a sub. What you see behind him is actually a sub.
It is the sub, though. It's kind of dope.
That could be.
It's a 500-foot panda with a submarine backpack on, guys. Come on. This is easy. Science.
This is science. Yeah, it kind of is. So what's up, everybody? Welcome to another Thursday night. We have got, who the fuck are these guys? Peter and Chris have changed. So Peter's on vacation. He's down at the beach, getting some sun and surf in with the family, and Chris has to be up at 4:30 in the morning, so he was he's not making it tonight. So, however, I've got some great guests to help fill in, and we're gonna have a good time tonight. This is kind of almost gonna. You notice on the right hand side under current topics, there's only one. There's really not a whole hell of a lot going on in the world of gaming right now, except for one thing. I did see one thing today we'll talk about a little bit. Little Sony news. I don't think it's the Sony news that's going to make everybody happy, but it's Sony news nonetheless. But
no.
I
What
don't
do they
know.
now?
Dude, they can't get out of their own way. However,
They do it every other generation. Like, they learn to listen and then they forget again.
well, it's we're gonna get. I'm anxious. See, I'm anxious to get your thoughts on this once I bring it out, because my snap gut thoughts were not good. So I'm also that. And yes, Indy, they did announce a showcase that is coming up next Thursday. And thank you, Sony, for bringing your show out on Thursday right before our show. We honestly appreciate that. It's almost like they know. It's like,
They did know.
the NLG guys are going to be the first guys.
Minutes, though. They normally don't do like hour, 2-hour shows.
No, they don't. But this one's going to be a show. They said it's the future of the PS5, which I'm excited for. I want to see the future. I want to see some God of War. I want to see some. We can talk about. You know what? We can talk about that in a little bit. I can bring that up as a topic. We can talk about what we want to see. So, but while I got you guys here, this is going to be a fun show because I get to learn more about you guys tonight. Last time you were on, Nick, was when we had the big post. Mike looks like Walker, Texas Ranger. Thank you, brother Mav. I hit the scale this morning at 184. I am below 185, and I got this going on right here. Yes, sir. I am.
You got a license for those guns? Woo!
I'm not
No.
quite up to retro bro status yet. And Nick, when I met you, you're kind of svelte as well. So I'm getting there.
A little bit. I've been trying to trim down a little bit myself and just try to get myself in a little bit better shape. I was in a bit out of shape when I was in Pennsylvania, primarily because I've been working so much that it'd been hard to keep a regular workout schedule. My job's really erratic. Sometimes I'll work 6-7 hours during the day. I'll have a couple hours off. I'll take a short nap, and then I'll get up and I'll work another 5 or 6 hours, and then I'll get up and I'll do it all over again. So trying to find time to get exercise in when it gets that crazy gets challenging, to say the least. So
I've
does.
been the opposite. I've been going out of my way to get fat. I've been eating Crisco, pure lard, and watching old reruns of the Golden Girls. You're missing out.
Thank you for being a friend.
Woo!
like we need to throw some like Family Matters in there, maybe
Oh,
a
yeah,
little bit of
absolutely.
Full House.
Oh,
Oh,
You
yeah.
know,
so
if you're
Mag,
feeling froggy, throw on some 18.
now Mag, brother Mag, I do have to say, as much as I am getting better at it, sodium is still my enemy. I'm still somewhere north of 1,000 milligrams of sodium more than I should be per day. There's days
have
when I
to
can
be
get
careful
underneath.
with sodium too, because if you cut it too low, it has the same effect as if you have too much of it.
Yeah, but what I do is,
bad.
I am almost 100% water. Although I have found, welcome to the NLG Fitness Show. I have
I'm
found
learning a ton.
I love chocolate milk, so I have found a
doesn't?
brand called Fairlife, and Fairlife is a
think
it's
I've heard-
almost
I think
it's
that's around here
a
too.
2% chocolate milk that actually is re-skimmed, and then it's got protein and it's got like half the sugar of regular chocolate milk. So
It's like drinking Dr. Pepper. Sorry. My bad.
that's okay. It's all right. I haven't had a soda. Let's see, April, May, June, July, August. So I haven't had a soda in 5 months.
I find they're too sweet after a little bit. Like I'm okay through like maybe half a can, and then I kind of lose my taste for it. Normally I do like water or sweet tea, and the sweet tea has like it's probably about a can of soda worth over like a gallon of sweet tea, so it's significantly better sugar wise.
Sweet tea, I do like my sweet tea, and if it's a home brewed sweet tea, it's much better for you than like Turkey Hill and all that stuff. So
That's what I do. I make it at home all the time. So
yeah,
I'll take and do like a full quart thing, and I'll put like 2/3 of a cup of sugar in for the whole thing, which is a decent amount, but not
Yeah,
as
the
much
calorie
as you think
count-
once it's diluted.
no,
you know
the
what I mean?
calorie count on that is because tea itself has no calories, so you're just counting the sugar. A glass of sweet tea can be like 40 calories. I mean, really, if you do it right. So
You guys are making me feel terrible about my diet of pure lard and Crisco.
Sounds
heard
like a
good
Southerner
things.
diet to me. I don't know
Oh,
why you're
my
feeling bad.
crutch is my crutch.
Yeah.
I mean, growing up in the South, I mean, that was in everything. I mean, if you weren't using Crisco or lard, you just weren't cooking properly.
I know. Did they even
I will-
sell Crisco anymore?
I
Yeah,
think
oh
so.
yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Do
it's
they?
everywhere.
I walk up like a half a flight of stairs, take a 15-20 minute break, think about how I'm going to make it up the next 10. It's pretty depressing being me.
Hey, you're taking the stairs, man. That's something.
That's
You could have
right.
taken an elevator.
That is
That's
true.
right. The journey of 1,000 steps starts at the front.
Starts at the
Oh.
bottom of a stairwell.
Starts at the
and-
bottom of a stairwell.
The Ghostbusters, let me know when we hit 20. I'm going to throw up.
Oh my God. All right. So I want to very quickly, because it is getting really full very quickly. I wanted to say hi to everybody in the chat. We got a hopping chat room already. These guys, this is our gaming family. I mean, Nick and Panda, you guys are part of that gaming family. And so, Mag, brother Mag's in the house, Doggy Dog. Here's Johnny, brother Mav from Fun Speculation, who'll be on tomorrow night with Xbox Ultimate. Cerebral, Paul. And Paul, hey, I caught your message late. Nick had already said he'd come on, but I will reach out to you to sub another night, brother. I do appreciate that you were ready to jump on, Paul. Indie Gamer, Brother Indy, and congratulations, Brother Indy, on getting to 2,000 subs. That is awesome. He's definitely deserving of that. Brother Anthium is in the house. Anthium Two Tails. You don't see much of him. Big Daddy Game Studio, who is in Jersey, said a tornado was within a few miles of his house. I hope you're all right and you survived that storm okay, Brother Big Daddy. That was a monster that rolled through there. Brother Dreadpool is in the house. It's Timmy, Brother Timmy is here. And Cousin Born, who hung out with us last night on my Psychonaut stream. And there he is, Retro Bro.
I just want to do a quick shout out. I'm sorry. There's a guy named PandaSub2000 who said, "Wow, that PandaSub2000 is one hot pizza." And I want to thank you very much. I work very hard for this fine-looking.
Lies.
I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay. That's all right. That's okay.
Stay on longer, and I might show it later. So,
oh boy! All right, then I might have to switch from water to vodka. Oh, Cyrus, Brother Cyrus, and Brother Bro.
In a few minutes, I feel like.
We got John and Cyrus in the house. You did not miss anything.
That. Hey guys.
I know. Why is there a wizard on your channel? Because sometimes I need a little magic myself. You know. So, brother, Daddy J is in the house. Brother Graphic God, the official graphic designer of our lovely show. So, everybody is here tonight. It's a great crowd. This is one of the best chat rooms on the internet, bar none. So thank you all. And so I do want to give a very quick shout. Very much want to bring some thoughts and prayers to one of our gaming family, Mr. Retro Rich Haywood. He also was in Bacon Ice Cream Productions. He also is in New Jersey and caught the brunt of what was left of Hurricane Ida as it rolled up the coast. Here in Maryland, we got like maybe 2 hours of rain and that was it, and it was done. But he got hit really, really hard. And right now, his entire basement is way underwater. Destroyed all of his gaming collection and stuff. He's actually out of commission for a while. He showed a picture on our Discord that just it just floored me. He is let me see if I can pull it up real quick.
I may see if I can hit you up on the side later. Maybe we can get him a few things to get him back up on his feet with something, because I know he lost a lot of his computer gear and
he lost a lot of his gear. Oh my
too.
goodness. I was just devastated when I saw. Hang on, let me do it this way. I think that's it. Yeah. So this is the picture he put on our Twitter, or on our Discord channel.
Crap.
And that is
to the windows. I haven't seen that in years.
Yeah.
Last time I saw that, I think that was down in like Texas. They had a really bad flood down there one year, it seems like.
Yeah.
Oh.
So yeah, I asked him if they had started pumping out water yet. He said the waters haven't even receded yet. So, you know, just everybody, if you would, just give just give some thoughts to and prayers to our gaming family in that area, and especially Rich, and that's why I asked about you, Big Daddy, because when you said New Jersey, I saw the track of that thing, and like I said, some of us got really, really lucky, and John said the same thing. They got lucky, but people near the waterways didn't do so well at all. So, just
luckily nobody in his family was hurt, because that was one of our first questions. Is your family and everything like that okay? And he said none of them had any harm. It was just his basement, which is it's bad enough, but at least his family's okay.
At least his family's okay. So, Rich, we're thinking about you, man. So, okay. So one thing, Nick, that I said would have been so bad for the van, but they left the door open. I think that's the worst of it. That's not the worst of it. Oh, he said I live on a hill, so that didn't make it any better.
Oh God.
So, he said, he said the water came so fast there was no shot of even trying to save anything down there. He said the streets look like a war zone. So
Yeah, that's a give up situation where you just go, whatever. That's more water I've ever seen in my life. I mean, I haven't taken a shower in years, so that really is more water than I've ever seen, maybe in my life. And as I said, I only eat Crisco and donuts, so I don't even drink water. So I haven't seen water. Period. Period.
How do you even fit in the shower?
Good point.
Oh man, Doggy Dog 420, thank you so much. Became a Friends of NLG channel member.
Fantastic, man.
Thank you, brother. Thank you so much. What a good guy. So I'm working on getting Doggy Dog on. So we got you guys tonight. Next Thursday night we've got Brother Lemon, 108 Dragons, another Gamers United Guild family member, and then we're gonna try to get Doggy Dog on sometime end of this month. So
I got to get better about connecting with more of the community. I got so many people that I end up connected to that have like tiny channels that I'm trying to support that I don't get to a lot of the ones in the guild from all the outliers that I've hit that aren't in the guild that I've just met while I'm just kind of like hanging out in people's streams and socializing and being an internet butterfly, I guess. Parasite.
You do a great job. You do a great job of supporting the gaming community. Just overall, Nick. I mean, it's you are the kind of one of the epitomes of a rising tide lifts all boats, because your community shout outs that you do are awesome, and that's it. We need more of that.
I love those.
Those are all just people in the community that have I kind of fell into a retro community, right? I didn't start my channel intending to do like a retro gaming channel, right? I sort of fell into that crowd as time went along, right? And got more and more back into playing like a lot of my retro games. I still like to do modern games, and I usually try to like once every other week or once a week try to trot out something that seems new or interesting. Tonight, I just could not think of anything that I wanted to stream because I already had 3 different games started, and I thought, God, I don't want to start another game right now. I can't handle that. It's just too much workload. I'm trying to deal with Hades right now, which that last stage is kicking my butt. I just started last week or the week before trying to deal with Contra. That kicks everybody's butt. And then I've been trying to make it a personal goal to finally beat the Ghostbusters Genesis version. So that's 3 games, 3 hard games I have going on at the same time. I'm like, just stop, just don't dive in anything new, just stop.
Yeah. So that's what I can't get into that. If I start a game, I got to play it through and not go through something else, which is why I'm concentrating so much on Psychonauts at the moment.
Hey, I got a quick question for both of you.
Yeah.
If you had to pick, you can either only play retro games or you can only play modern games. You pick. Which would you do? So you're saying goodbye to everything before, or you're saying goodbye to everything coming this way?
Where's the cutoff for retro?
Yeah. You're gonna have to quantify that a little bit.
My cutoff is whatever makes this question hardest for you. So that choice.
Because I mean, if you stop at like Xbox 360, I'm good.
Yeah, I'll say
360. Because there's so much stuff I haven't played from there back that I could probably spend the rest of my life trying to complete and finding new games there. And I know you had mentioned doing like a master debater thing with like
that was just between you and I. That was our own private session.
Yeah. So and that
I don't want to know about your. I don't want to know about your guys' private master sessions.
And me and you will talk about that later. We need to figure out if we're gonna, whenever we do that, I think you're gonna need a break after this latest thing you did. My God.
Yeah, which we're going to talk about. We're definitely going to talk about all of this. That's why, again, this is why I didn't put any topics up, because this whole night could be spent just talking about you guys and games and fun stuff. Every once in a while, I need a Seinfeld show where we just don't have to talk about the stuff going on in the news. Not that there really is.
Nothing?
Yes.
What do you mean nothing? Like this could be an episode.
Yeah.
Right. So now, Big Daddy Game Studio says modern. Indie Gamer says modern. So that's a good question too for the chat. I mean, there's a ton of retro games I still have never played because I was a Sega guy. There's a whole Nintendo side and TurboGrafx side and semi Neo Geo side and 3DO, and I mean there are so many games that I could do, but at the same time I would miss a gem like a Psychonauts 2 or or a God of War or something like that. I would miss one of those great games that suck me in.
See, those aren't the ones that come to mind when I think modern gaming that I'd miss. They're all indies now.
That's true.
Every single one of them's indies, like Gato Roboto. To an extent, Hades, because I kind of hate that game, but I kind of like it because I keep playing it. Streets of Rage 4 comes to mind. Death Smiles comes to mind. Mayhem Brawler. I've got a litany of stuff just on Steam that are just indies, like Subnautica. My wife's been in the Valhelm, 7 Days to Die, stuff like that. Those are a lot of like interesting indie titles, a lot of them that never come out of alpha stage. Those almost draw more people in now and do more for the industry than your God of Wars and Psychonauts. Don't get me wrong, I want to play Psychonauts 2, but I kind of feel like I owe Psychonauts 1 a playthrough before I do 2, but 2 looks phenomenal from what I've seen people doing it.
What I will tell you,
amazing.
What I will tell you is you don't have to. If you skipped Psychonauts 1, you can play Psychonauts 2 because it will fill you in on the story to that point, and the gameplay is different enough and enhanced enough that you don't necessarily need to understand how the first one played. Now, don't get me wrong, I enjoyed the first one, so I would view this almost like your Toe Jam and Earl saga,
Man,
play the
you
first
guys
one.
Talked about Toe Jam and Earl so long.
For 90 minutes, we talked about Toe Jam and Earl.
I could not believe
That is why I love this man right
known.
here.
That fell into a category of like background noise for me, of like just like ambient rain while I was working. I'm like, holy boop, they're still talking about.
Let me tell you something.
I had like 2 or 3 topics for that evening. We didn't even get there. Like
No,
we
you
started
didn't get a quarter way through Toe Jam and Earl.
No, we didn't. Matter of fact, I ended up finishing that and finally doing a review on it.
Yeah.
You had to finish it off the show, just in your shower, just still going.
The fact that we talked about that game for 90 minutes just made my heart just flutter. That was that was the greatest thing that I think I could have remembered us doing, in modern time. It was 90 minutes of a nearly 2-hour show.
Fun, if not more fun with a handheld one that we did the next week, and there were fewer people in for that one.
I enjoyed that too, because I got to teach you about the microvision.
Well, and Robert kept popping off and popping back in with like different things. He'd come back with like an armful of handhelds.
Yes.
It's like the coolest thing.
Oh, but you and Indie Gamer would get along so well. With all the indie games that you play.
You only had less people because everyone was expecting another Toe Jam and Earl session. They're like, oh, handhelds for that. I can go somewhere else for that.
Oh my God. By the way, Cerebral Paul.
As far as I wanted, because I really thought you guys were going to have more of an opinion on stuff like the Steam Deck and where they're going next and stuff like that. But it took us so long to get there.
It's okay. So Cerebral Paul says modern gaming, and he actually just said I know it's blasphemy, but going back to 16-bit graphics is hard for him. That's okay.
Oh,
That's
I
all
sort of
right. It's
understand it,
okay.
but so many indie games use that now.
That's
It's
true.
like almost a blueprint for a ton of indie games. Like
I know.
Carrion is in 16-bit,
Yes.
and honestly, that's a creepier game to me than like Doom.
What was that game that I shoot? What was that game that I played?
Boy? Is that the one you were playing?
Yes.
Or are you thinking of a different one? But Narita Boy was the main one I remember you playing. That thing looked
Narita
amazing.
Narita Boy, yes.
Narita Boy, that's it. There's some amazing animation in that 16-bit. What they can do with 16-bit graphics and the animation sequences in them now is just mind-blowing. Like, it looks so much better now than it did when we were playing the original 16-bit because they have so much more processing power now that they can take those graphics and they can animate them in such a more interesting way. I mean, I was going to stick to my original answer, but there's a lot to miss with modern gaming.
No, there really is.
See, I would think that when I came up with that question, I thought like most adults that aren't like a walking disaster like me, they're married, they've accomplished things, they have kids, that they would probably like retro because they're smaller experiences. And where the modern games can take up to like, 50, 60 hours plus, I would think that, people with families might enjoy more of the retro experience because it's quick, arcade. That's just
it. You can get a lot of modern experiences like indie titles.
Right.
Only last. Like, I kept playing Mayhem Brawlers after I did my original stream, and I was kind of a little wishy-washy on it, learned more of the mechanics. Matter of fact, I've got a review on that. I'm going to try to finish up tomorrow during the day and get out tomorrow afternoon. And that took me like 6 hours to get through it with 2 characters. In under 9 hours, I finished it with all 3 characters.
Oh, wow.
So that's not a super long experience, but it's an experience worth having still. And for like 10 to 20 bucks, that's a reasonable price point for something that's that short, right? And a lot of indie developers are making time-conscious games now, right? Whereas the AAA scene with your God of Wars and your stuff like that, and Returnal and Hades being 2 of the biggest incriminators in my mind is you've got a long time investment. Hades is a little bit better paced because usually I can finish a run on that and get to like say the 4th zone and to the boss there to where I'm about to finish it, I'd say in under an hour. But Returnal can be like 2.5, 3 hours. So that would be more of a weekend experience for me at most, right?
Oh yeah.
And sometimes that is a turnoff. I agree. But depending on what you pick determines what your experience is, right? And what their save options are. Because sometimes there's enough autosaves, or you can just save when you want and that kind of thing. And that makes it more palatable to play a chunkier experience.
Fun.
Song of Iron. And I need to try Song of Iron.
I'm going to buy that over the weekend. I can't wait to get in it. And Mav said he beat it in 3.5 hours. I can handle that.
Yeah, Fun Speculation said the same thing, about 3.5 hours.
Yeah, Mav. That's Fun Speculation.
Oh, that's Mav. Okay, sorry. Yeah. I don't know half people's real names. I'm bad at it.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
Brother Invader's in the house. I missed Invader Gaming coming in. What's up, Invader?
Hey, Invader.
Yeah, by the way, that's right.
So it looks like more people are modern.
Yes. Although here's Johnny says retro. Cyrus says OLED because Cyrus.
Where does it all end?
Where does it all end? Oh my goodness. All right, so one thing that I did not get so now I have 2 of you to do this with. So I'm gonna start with PandaSub because you've already been on once, Nick. But
yeah,
to get to you,
you've had a lot more face time than me than you have him. Go him.
But I'm gonna get you both on this. But Panda, this is what we like. As you know, watching our show, this is what we like to do with all of our first-time guests.
9 inches. No? Oh, that's the wrong. Oh, sorry. It's the wrong question.
That's the size of the PandaSub, actually.
Yes, yeah. Oh, no. 2. 2 inch. I was talking about the very large panda. We're talking about the size of the puppet, Mike. I don't know what
you
you're
were getting
thinking
into,
about.
Mike. You knew. You knew.
I knew. I know. There's gonna come a point. There's gonna come a point to where I'm gonna roll into the closet there, and it's just gonna happen.
That's okay. That's
I'm
okay.
still
We
in
have
mine.
It's my
We're fine.
safe space. Okay, so if people don't know, I gotta. So I want to show this clip real quick because for those of you who have never met Panda or seen him on Twitter or been to his unbelievable freaking YouTube channel,
That's bonkers.
bonkers is a good word for it. I let me see if I can run this video. So this is a sneak peek of the latest thing that
Monday.
that Panda is working on. That's coming out on Monday. That both it's you know what, it's really funny, Nick, that you said you could sub tonight because you and I are part of this. So this is like so this I didn't even click until just now.
Should I set
The part
this up?
was so simple. I'm like,
Yes.
whatever. I'll
So-
do this small thing. Whatever. It's probably not going to be that big of a deal. And he's like, I've been working like 19 hours. I'm like, what?
So Panda, before you set it up, I want you to tell people what it is you do.
Sure. To what capacity? You're talking about in life?
The YouTube. No, we're gonna get to life in a minute. Because I do want to
The answer
find
is
out.
Screw up. That's the answer.
No, I do want to
like
find
everybody
out from
else,
both
it's
of you
fine.
guys. I do want to find out from both of you guys kind of your gaming history and stuff like that. That's something that Nick and I have never really talked about, and we're just getting to know you for the first time, Panda. So I want to get that, but I want to set you up by showing this clip you sent me. So kind of tell everybody about your YouTube channel and what you do and what this is.
Okay, so first I'll just say what this particular clip is. I've been working really hard on a interactive video game show. So what I mean by interactive is that you're going to be able to pick the categories, questions, activities, you name it, and you'll even be able to pick a special guest to interact with. So I wanted this I thought it was going to be like, oh, it'll be taking me 2 weeks, and it's taking me a full month of like 19-hour days. But the idea is this, what the clip you're about to see is towards the end where you're about to be able to make a selection of which guest you want to interact with. And like I said, interactive game show, it's coming out this Monday. You'll be able to go through all these questions, all these activities, and there's 27 different paths to go through. So you can watch this thing over and over and over again, and hopefully give me more and more views, which would be nice.
Hey, your channel's growing pretty quick, man. Ever since you did that like first Amigo video, it's kind of exploded, which is great.
Yeah, it did.
You putting that kind of work in with like 35 subs just made me cry on the inside. Oh my god.
I was not ready for that. Yeah, I went from this nothing channel. So my channel, by the way, real quick, is it's a kind of like a video game hangout spot where me and this fictional crew on board this space panda review and talk about games and things like that. And I had 35 followers or subs for like almost 8 months. And then I made this one Amico video, and then I got 250 subs in 2 or 3 days. And I wanted to pop out another video quicker, but apparently it took me a full month to get there. But I think it'll be worth it.
I even told people, like when I was trying to put you on a shout out, I'm like, look, his videos take a while, but as soon as you watch it, you'll understand. And if you don't, come talk to me.
Yeah,
I'll explain it.
They're so worth it.
Yeah, it's a lot of work, but a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
All right, so and I want to show that. I want to show that How Do You Amico video in a minute. But what are we looking? What are we getting ready to look at here?
So this is a small clip I pulled. I actually would have included Nick had I known he was going to be here. I just included because actually Myke and Nick are going to be guests on this interactive game show coming out this Monday. So I just provided a very small, like 20-second clip of where I'm introducing the guests, and you just see a small segment of Mike's part of where he introduces himself. But when you actually watch the video, you'll be able to pick Nick, Myke, or even the genuinely real George Lucas to talk about questions and answers and stuff like that. So this is just a small clip with no music underneath it. I took the music out for copyright reasons. And that's it. This is just a small, it's a tiny little nothing.
All right. Well, this
big thing is.
This should
took hours.
And brother Mav, you'll appreciate this too, because in our Halo streams that we were doing at one point, I was doing some music for you. Of course, he tapped into my musical love. So let's see.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our third and final round. To help us out, please give a warm welcome to our 3 special guests. Myke from the original Next Level Gaming, Nick from Geeks with Cash, and the legendary filmmaker, George Lucas.
Cheers.
Let's go around the room and hear what each and every one of their mystery topics is all about.
Hello everyone, this is Myke Mullis from the original Next Level Gaming, and my mystery topic is all about the world of...
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our third...
All right, sweet. That's going to be awesome.
Yeah, and if you guys don't know, most of all that set is completely CG rendered. And I don't mean like he got like a backdrop and used it. I mean he built it.
I gotta show this. All right.
The way I try to best explain it to people who'd have no idea, what it is to make this stuff, is I say, if you write a script right now that says like, I don't know, Steve wakes up in his bedroom. That's an easy line to write. But now imagine that you had to create the dust on the floor, what poster is on the background, what color the wall is, what fabric is on the bed. Every single thing you have to create before you even film yourself and put yourself in there. So just like a 5-second clip can sometimes take weeks to finish. So it's an enormous amount of work, but rewarding and fun and all that fun stuff.
It's amazing. I mean, just absolutely amazing. And all right, so I want to see. I'd forgotten how to do this. There's a way to in OBS to play a YouTube video without having the whole other thing, without having the backgrounds and stuff. Let me see.
I feel like you're saying words, and I'm not.
I'm saying words. No, there's an embed code that
There's like a URL and stuff like that.
Yeah,
that you can add into there if that's what you're talking about.
There is, but there's a
web browser link or something like that inside OBS Studio.
Yeah. All right. I'm just gonna show it just like this, and I'll just make.
Wouldn't it be super awkward if I just copy striked you when you did that?
It would. It would be very awkward, and
he looks all maniacal around there, like.
I don't have any.
Can you guys hear that? By the way,
I'm not hearing any audio on it right now. I'm not sure why. That looks like you're looking at like one of Tommy's like reaction. No, this was the beginning. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear that?
Oh, there we go.
Let me see if I can. Oh, hold on. I know why.
I'm hearing it now.
Yeah, you're hearing it at a different place. Hang on.
If you guys want the full audio experience, just visit my channel.
All right,
you
hang on
really
a second.
If you haven't subbed, just click the subscribe button, hit the notify bell, do all those good things.
All right, hang on. I got this before. Hang on. I had this before, and I got to remember how to do this. Hey, give me 1 second.
You paused right on his impression.
Yeah,
I'm not even
I know. All right, hang on.
Let's
move that out of the way.
Not gonna go there.
Yeah, I don't know
you
who
should
that.
see my Pat and Ian. That's up next.
Oh, Hang on a sec. Give me 1 sec. So desktop, it does say desktop audio.
She's much nicer to look at anyway.
Yes, she is.
Oh yeah,
right.
yeah. Wait, I came across a little excited there. Sorry about that. Yes, she's a beautiful lady.
How much did you pay her to be in this video?
Yeah, no, everyone keeps asking. She's pure stock. She's stock footage.
I'm glad you then said it like that.
Yeah.
She's pure stock. Oh, here we go. Control
next level waiting.
here we go. Control audio via OBS. All right, let's try this now.
Oh, hey, I didn't see you come in there. Welcome to my new
give me 1
favorite
sec.
Amico show.
Technical difficulties.
No, it's just stupid. OBS does not play well with browser video, and I had it working just fine before, but now.
Yeah, this is one of those things that StreamYard is much better at. It's like really simple there. It is a bit control video OBS.
Yeah.
There are a ton
All right.
of Intellivision Amico shows out there. My
Usually
personal
what I
favorites,
end up
the
doing is I
original
end up
Next Level
recording
Gaming,
this stuff,
Retro Advisory
and then I'll
Board,
play it
and
back as like a
DJC
video
Game
source.
Studios, to name
All
a
right,
few.
can people
These
hear
are
this?
solid shows with diverse
There.
approaches
You guys
to the
can't
Amico
hear it.
subject.
I can't
But in
hear it.
regards to the vast
But they can.
majority of Intellivision
But they can.
videos, most of them feature
Okay,
dudes
so they
talking
can
from
hear it. So
inside
let me
the
see.
bedroom
Oh, and
or
it's here.
offices.
Yeah.
So I thought to myself, how do we
All
shake
right, hold
things
on.
up a little bit?
Let me see if I can.
Well,
I'm still.
For starters, we don't
I
do it
might
from
be
inside
able
the
to-
home. No.
Yeah, so long as it can.
You see,
That's good.
I'm sure some of these
I've
hosts
already
have
seen this a few
played
times,
Astro
so-
Smash. And
Me
that's
too.
cute and all. But I literally
We've seen it
smash
so many
Astro.
times.
Yeah, you have.
Our PandaSub2000 channel is a new hangout
some of
spot
the-
for
some- I
anyone
mean,
who loves the hobby
So
of
while
video
this
games.
is going on, your
We've got debates,
your
discussion
dialogue
shows,
in this
critical
is
analysis videos,
hilarious.
let's
I
plays,
mean,
retro
you.
shows,
Some of the-
intellectual humor.
your
And we're
acting
just
ability
getting
is
started.
extremely
We've
hilarious.
amassed a whopping
And
2
one of the things,
subscribers
like,
with this
for
winning
example,
content. And
you know,
now we're
coming up when
bringing that
you're,
fun to
um,
Intellivision.
when you're talking
Now,
about,
before we
you know,
can
like
discuss the
playing
Amigo,
Moon Control,
we need to
Moon
know what it
Patrol
is first.
on the
The
mother
Intellivision Amigo is the upcoming
and
video
I'm
game
like,
console that
this
sets its
is this
sights on an
cracked
ever-expanding
me
casual
up.
market. Thanks to the simplicity of smartphones,
But
more and
this
more
is- I mean,
populations of non-gamers are
This is
finding
an
themselves
amazing,
becoming gamers. Where modern-day controllers may be
just an
intimidating to a
amazing video.
grandparent,
Because,
a smartphone
and I
provides
know,
common
here we
sense
go.
controls
Here we go.
like
Hold on.
tapping and swiping.
Yeah, he-
But
now you guys
for
can hear it.
His
He's
children,
actually
children,
having
and their
a
parents
I
playing
can actually get
but they're
together.
doing so
doing so
separate.
You know, it's like
the Intellivision
5
Amigo
seconds of a 6-minute video.
happen to the growing market by delivering
Yeah.
a controller.
All right, you guys can hear us now, right?
Very similar to
Yeah.
even allowing
Okay.
players to use their own mobile device should they so desire. Its games are designed to pick up and play, and even feature mechanics to help out players who might be struggling. Think bumper lanes, bowling. The Amico's goal is to get friends and family of all ages and skill levels. to have
I love
fun
how
to
you
fun
use
together.
some of the
Intellivision
Eastern
Amigo
Pennsylvania
legendary
footage
I
too.
think they're getting echoed because then you're saying you've got two audio sources now.
The system
Oh,
comes
you're right.
comes
They're getting
controller feature
Yeah, Mike, don't worry
integrated
about our audio. We're
touchscreens,
fine.
Yeah, don't worry
motion
about us, man.
controls,
I got it.
LED
I got it.
lights, and a 64 positional pressure sensitive disc. All games will be ESRB rated, no higher than E10 plus, and supposedly will never include DLC, in-app purchases, loot boxes, etc. Sadly, the console isn't without some controversy. A divide has split a small section of the gaming community in two. Those who believe in the vision of a return to basics, pick up and play family experience, and those who believe the Nintendo Switch already does this with a better value proposition. We'll be addressing these subjects and more in our future episodes. The Amico topic has blown up channels on both sides of the
And
aisle.
here we go.
Now, I don't know about you guys, but I really want to hit 5 subscribers before I die. So we're gonna shill. We're gonna shill like we've never shilled before. We're gonna build a set that looks exactly like an Amico. We'll be able to play new and old Intellivision games in front of our audience with a fully immersive
this
holographic
right here.
environmental system. Try and say that 3 times fast.
How?
You want to play Shark?
I can bore you with
Underwater?
details if you
Or
want.
how's about Moon Patrol?
Dude, you're streaming
On the
dot, dot.
motherfucking moon.
Veto.
Overkill,
I have no
say.
idea how
You betcha.
YouTube can
And
handle
thanks to this
that.
state-of-the-art
Hang on, I gotta do that again.
How's
Hold
about
on.
Moon Patrol? On the motherfucking moon. Overkill, you say? You betcha. And thanks to this state-of-the-art synthetic robot, more like a cardboard cutout, we can interview Tommy Tallarico whenever we want. So, Tommy, what do you think of PandaSub2000?
This is the genuinely real Tommy Tallarico saying that PandaSub2000 is.
Heated Earthworm Jim.
PandaSub2000 is my favorite channel of all time. So many laughs, so many memories. I want you to have my red Ferrari as a thank you.
Thanks, the genuinely real Tommy Tallarico. I accept. Well, that kind of got weird.
But Captain, what about the haters? If you build an Amico show, they're gonna come for you.
Let them.
Yeah, I'm with Octane. They've got like an entire community to dislike your videos and leave nasty comments.
That's adorable. But we've got a panda sub.
Yeah, that'll scare them.
Because
General
hashtag,
Grievous.
we don't do drama, we do games. So, that'll show them. Our upcoming episodes will tackle the concerns of the naysayers, but will do so invitingly. We welcome discussion and opposing viewpoints. Our primary goal is to just have some fun and take nothing too seriously. So if that sounds like a hoot and a holler, consider subscribing. Our videos take a while to make, so turn on notifications to be alerted when our next one comes out.
Enough of your sales pitch. You're a grown man pretending to be jaw-dropped by a console that plays flash games. You're not pretending to be a shill. You are one.
I don't think you're Havix. Remove your helmet. I should have known.
Skibbity-bop-dum-dum.
Enough of this teaser. We'll see you in our next episode coming real soon.
Oh my goodness. This stuff right here just blows me away. And to have you like you being in it. But I have to I gotta ask. Let's get back to
I can bore you with whatever you need.
no
A fully immersive holographic environment.
this
Like that? Yeah.
Yes.
Sure,
How?
I can explain that. All right. So I can go super technical, or I can go, let's just do it for everybody. Okay.
Yeah, because
So
I'm an idiot. So
Sure. So all I have, I'm hearing kind of an echo. I don't know about you guys.
Too.
all right, hold
I
on,
wasn't sure
hold
which-
on, hold on. Hang on. Let me turn off the. Okay.
Good. Okay. Yeah. So the way, like the Earthworm Jim footage, all I had obviously was the clip that Tommy and Intellivision released, was that, 10-second, clip of Earthworm Jim running across the screen. So what I had to do was take that video and I had to digitally cut out and so let's say like there's this tree in the foreground, right? The tree
Right.
in the foreground. Okay. So obviously that's all part of one flat 2D layer. I had to take that tree, pull it out as a layer, and then paint the sky and everything behind it. That way I'd be able to have 3D depth to it. I then took all those elements and then put them in a 3D room so that it has the appearance of that you're actually in this beach. So it's kind of like an optical illusion. I'm simplifying this here, but that's the gist. You're basically cutting out, thinking of like you're taking scissors and you cut out the little foreground elements like the tree and the little sandhills, and then you place them in 3D space. But then you have to remember that what you cut out, right? If I cut that tree out, there would technically be ocean behind that tree. So I've got to paint in the ocean behind where that tree would be. I don't know if that's making sense.
Actually, to me, you've
Okay.
done multiple cutout layers on this because you've got the tree,
Yeah.
and then you've got the dog
Sand,
thing
you
and the
name it.
hill. That's another layer in front of
Yes.
it that you made a little bit more you made it larger so it looks like it's more closer perspective.
Yeah, if you look at the original footage, for instance, that sky was not, you never saw the full sky because there's all these trees in front of it. So I had to pull the trees out, then repaint the sky so that you have that background layer. I'm
You
hoping that kind
drew.
of makes sense.
Yeah, did you
You
use like a
drew.
copy brush or something like that? to
Yeah,
try
yeah,
to-
yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
you're
I see
familiar
what
with
you did.
Photoshop, it
Yes.
would be like the
Yes,
clone
I am.
stamp tool.
I'm very, very, very noobish compared
That's
to what
fine.
you're
Yeah, yeah.
doing here, but I understand the
what I'm
basic
saying.
concepts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But still, damn.
Yeah, it
I
was
mean-
a lot. It was a lot of work.
And then he took a couple of amigos, and since he had the water there, what he did is he had those slide up into his frame.
Right.
He had them slide down below the base of that,
Right.
and then he did a push upwards to get them up into place and played his audio when they came up.
Yep.
So I'm sort of
And then-
getting where he's going with it. Getting the animation across the screen, I'm guessing you took the base animation and you slid that across.
Yeah, so that's one of those things where I was able to actually find Intellivision provided that, not to me, but on their YouTube page. They have just the running animation.
They have a running animation of him. I figured that's what you used.
Yeah, which
And then
exactly. And I just pulled the background out and took him, and then all I did was I just basically moved him on the X from left to right.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm guessing you used like an Ultra key or
Wow.
some sort of variant of that in order to be able to pull that out.
Yep.
Okay. It's like I sort of know what I'm doing a little bit.
No, you do. You do. Yeah.
Not that I could put all this together, but that's
to
insane.
give an example, like that Earthworm Jim thing, I think that was 3 days straight to get that one shot done. That was one of the hardest ones.
Getting him to move across the screen and the gate that he's doing to make it look like he's actually running. I've tried to do that with like Sonic GIFs and stuff like that, and it's kind of hard, man. It's no joke.
My God, man.
Well, I mean, to put this in perspective, I grew hair. Like when I filmed this, I had shaved my head because it was summer, so it's hot for me. But when I was done, I had hair back. So I mean, like it shows you how long it took to get this thing done.
I'm so
and wait till you see the next episode is insane. It's apt, and we have a really special guest that you guys all know that's going to be in it. It's something pretty impressive, special. Hopefully,
I can't stress enough. I'm gonna have to. I mean, I've got your Twitter down there. I forgot. I got to put your YouTube page down in the description so people can get there. Get on this man's Twitter and then get to his YouTube channel. I mean. I can't tell you some of the other things that are on your channel that are unbelievably funny are kind of the Mystery Science Theater 3000 bits that you do.
Retroverse, yeah.
Yeah, that. I mean, man, I could watch those all day.
Oh,
I've just got some of the behind the scenes and like one of his Master Debater ones, the one on which I'm surprised you haven't seen. It's the one on the NES music and whether it's stolen or not. I figured you'd be
I don't know
that.
I don't know if I've seen that one actually.
I think you'd like that.
You'd really like that one, dude.
Huh.
It's pretty great.
All right, I'm gonna have to go back and watch that one because I just I'm in awe. I really am.
Thank you. I'm just happy some people are seeing it now because again, I had 35 subscribers, which was basically me and 34 accounts of fake accounts of mine. And now there's like 4 people that are watching it now, and I'm just happy someone's finally watching because I'd upload and go like, all right, 34 accounts to sign into and give a thumbs up.
Well, I sent it to my wife at one point, and she's like, "I'm like, did you ever get around to checking out the channel?" She's like, "No." So I sat down and I watched that Master Debater one again with her on her computer. She was cracking up the whole time. I'm like, "I told you you'd like this channel."
The one that I enjoyed actually because it of course was a I'll play a little bit of it while we're talking because again I still want to get into your to your history and stuff, but the one that I enjoyed from that was the Sega Mega TV show.
Yeah, the Retroverse, yeah.
Yeah. And that was hilarious. For those who didn't realize it, they did. So, but again, just this.
Phoenix?
And I'm drunk.
That's Disco. And this is Retroverse!
And you do all of this, right? You do the puppet work.
Everything.
I mean,
from top to bottom.
You were fantastic.
Overall,
You
very
were
good energy.
And
that's all
you'll
time.
be taking a look at a 1994 Sega show
and
you never knew existed.
The Space Invaders arcade game in the background is a great touch.
Pretending to be a 90210 clone for gamers.
It had crap written all over it.
Just a carpet bombing of wet grandma farts.
And I just vomited a little bit.
Sorry about that. I did too. The commercial was
And I mean,
specifically designed
you're
to
so,
advertise
like,
Sega's upcoming console
camera-genic.
attachment, the Sega 32X. This add-on device
Oh.
boosted
Very
the power
awkward
and
in real
performance
life.
of Sega's aging
Which
Genesis console.
I don't
to
get. But here,
32
so
bits. It was meant
let's see.
What's so big you need a GPS just to wipe your ass?
I love terrible jokes.
Well, this in no way is gonna scar me for life.
Okay, it's starting, everyone. Come on.
The following is
And
a
I'd-
paid advertisement
and
by
the-
Sega of America.
And then having the
With
Wow.
having the Mystery Science Theater stuff behind you, that kind of thing. I mean, that's.
I can give you 2 reasons why I like this chick.
Let me guess. It's
And so you
No,
went
it's
back.
your-
You had to watch
Nice,
this
Cap-
thing like 5 times to get all the audio, right?
So this actually right here, this is literally the entire script for that thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It
I
doesn't
had to
surprise
watch
me.
that. I had to watch this somewhere. I'm not even kidding, 60 to 70 times, and then would have to write each character's joke. The problem with a video like this is it's already bad, so it's hard to write a joke to it. Like I'm almost just getting in the way of what's obviously already funny. So that's why it took so long to just try and find anything that could be funny. So basically, I have to write as 6 different characters, and then I watch it, and then I have to film each different character or do each character's voice, and then time my reaction to those voices. So it's instead of like me learning, like when you have to, if you're an actor and you remember a script, you only have to remember your lines. I have to remember 6, and I have to do the voices in my head while I'm acting, or acting quotation mark, because I need to hear their response and then react. So it's an enormous amount of work for
Yeah.
a subpar video.
Oh, this is not. I mean, obviously the Sega video was subpar, but your video was not subpar. I mean,
Dude, I love these old commercials. These things are so hysterical, dude.
They're so good.
There was
They
like
are.
an NES one where like this just bombshell of a girl comes in and she offers him like a baseball card and like a Game Boy thing and a chocolate cake or something like that to spend time with him, and he chooses the Game Boy game, and I'm like,
Oh, so how did you get? All right. So let's get let's get into you, Panda. I want to know how you got into this, and I want to know. So let's talk about let's talk about what we are.
Did Myke freeze?
Excuse me one
Nope.
second, guys. Do me
Oh,
a favor.
there we go.
Give me there's
That was a gorgeous dramatic pause. I'm like, what is he?
I'm
doing?
sorry.
I'm like, I know it's
Something
for
has-
dramatic effect, but oh my god.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I something just came across
Oh, yeah,
that's
sure,
a little
sure.
a little local kind of hits very close to home news wise that I need to just deal with for a second. Can you
Yeah.
guys
Yeah.
Can you guys just take over for a minute? I will be back. I will be back in a minute.
Take your time, Mike. So, Nick, that question about before. Actually, yeah. So I had interrupted you with a terrible inch joke before.
We're not going into measurements on this show, are we? Oh, this is gonna go so pear-shaped one
Yeah.
Mike. It's gone.
So yeah, we were going to talk about you were going to talk about about us maybe doing a Master Debaters episode, and the
Yes.
topic we're thinking of is digital versus physical.
Right.
Yeah, were you going to talk about that? Do you have a question? about
Well,
that?
I mean, we can talk about that here, or we can wait and talk that
Oh,
about
we'll save.
the side,
Yeah.
mostly because I don't know how much preparation you want for like each side before we do that thing. And
Oh,
honestly, I figured you're gonna need like a sabbatical after you get done with this latest thing.
yeah.
You know, it's
But I
kind
think
of
it's an
ridiculous.
interesting topic because I think most people on the digital physical, I think especially probably the fans that are in this chat room tonight, we're probably all on we're kind of like probably fence sitters where we probably can understand both sides. We can kind of go, yeah, I understand digital, I understand physical. And that's kind of where I am. But on the show, you had mentioned that you would be more on the digital side for the conversation.
Yeah.
And I actually would, on that, I think I could do a physical.
And I think the reason is just because of the direction that video games have gone.
Sure.
Right? Because
they're barely physical is barely even physical anymore.
Right. Physical is not really physical anymore. It's just a key to be able to download and be able to access the game that you downloaded. Right. Because, I mean, look at like freaking Call of Duty Warzone. It's on. Even if you were to able to get a physical disc of that, because it's just free and I think it's mostly just a digital download anyway, it's 158 gig.
Right.
At the last build that I saw. You can't fit that even on a Blu-ray. It's not possible.
Sure.
Right. So you're downloading 2/3 of the game because I think a Blu-ray disc is like 50 gig.
Now, the only thing, though, is the minute we get rid of physical, my concern would be, even in its fake state now, the biggest concern is that we're then officially saying, like, we own nothing, right? Like, once my concern is that once publishers understand that we own nothing.
You don't own it now.
Right. But the fact that you can sell it and the fact that you can buy that from GameStop is still means that they still have to be concerned with prices. They still have to be concerned with all sorts of things in that market. The minute it goes full digital, right, is the minute it's almost like a monopoly of whatever they want to do with that, with games, in my opinion. That's what the concern is.
Kind of, but I mean, PC's been all digital for like years and years, and that hasn't happened. If anything, things have gotten cheaper and cheaper over the years.
That's a good point.
In that digital space.
Well, listen, don't bring that up on the show because I will lose that point. So you are forbidden from bringing that up. And delete. That's what I'm going to do to that. I'm just going to have you staring. Just.
As you make some amazing point and declare victory.
Yeah.
So we already got a couple of people piping in chat on that. Mostly digitals. They love indies, and more often than not, they don't get physical releases. And Indie Gamer, that's a good point. But there's a lot of limited. There's a site that does limited release games. I think it's literally called Limited Release, and they actually do physical releases of a lot of the digital games. And they're kind of a great place for that, especially if you do something like the Switch where you can get it all on like one little cart that you can just pop it in and play it. That's like, I think the Switch is a great place for indies personally, and being able to like, get a physical edition of one of those. So if it does go away or license issues happen, that way you don't have to worry about like if you delete it, how do you recover it? Kind of like DuckTales years ago. Like they lost licensing and it disappeared off all the storefronts for a while. If you had it downloaded, you could still have it. But if you deleted it, there was no way for you to re-download it, right? So getting something from like Limited Run or something like that's a great way to kind of avoid that. Yeah, Limited Run games. Yeah, Back from the Dead's got it right there. And Andy's got it too. Yeah, so those are that's kind of a dope way of doing that. And I really think that like video game preservation is going to become a bigger and bigger thing moving forward with a lot of these games, because as the servers go down, you're going to have to find an alternative way to continue to play these things. Like another prime example of one that has a physical release, but doesn't really have a physical release that was frustrating is a buddy of mine went out and bought like MK10. And he bought the Ultimate Edition, had all the characters on it. It's supposed to all be on the disc, everything. He puts it in, and he's got Scorpion and Sub-Zero.
Yeah.
It took him 5 hours to work through the system and get it to connect to the server to give him access to the characters.
Right.
So what happens when the server goes down? You uninstall it and you reinstall it. You still don't have the characters because there's no way to authenticate it and authorize them. So that game's worthless now. Unless you really, really like playing Scorpion versus Sub-Zero forever. So there's things like that concern me about the direction that gaming has gone, which I think goes back to the previous point of where would you go, retro gaming or modern gaming. That's kind of why I lean more retro, because those experiences are complete as they are. You're not missing like DLC or patches that fix the game. I mean, we haven't even gotten into like day one patches that are like larger than the game itself, that just make the game playable on day one, right? And that's a whole other problem.
Yeah, I miss those days when games were just finished, when it was, pens down, it's done. I understand that games are bigger now and that you obviously, there's a million bugs that could happen, but like Nintendo seems to mostly get it done. Nintendo releases
and they've done a good job with that with the Switch. For the most part, anything you put in, you can just play it directly, or you can download the patches. But most of the games will run just out of the box if you really want them to.
Yeah.
You'll miss a lot of cool characters and stuff like Smash if you don't get the DLC, because they had like 60 some odd characters when they launched, and I think they might be up to 80 now. It's a kind of ridiculous roster. And there's a couple other games that have had DLC like that. And yeah, you're right, Back from the Dead. OEBP does an unboxing of Limited Run all the time. Yeah. And I think it's from like him and a few others that I'd heard about it too, because there's a couple others in the retro community that are big on Limited Run. Because they're huge on collecting for stuff like the Switch and other platforms and getting physical copies of some of those. Like the Castlevania collection had a big thing on Limited Run that was like $80 or something like that, and it just looked like completely amazing. They did a fantastic job on it. But yeah, that's one way of doing it. Steam is another one, because Steam's probably not going to go anywhere.
Do you think Mike's embarrassed that the viewers went up when he left? This is our show now. Woo! Subpar conversations with Nick and Phoenix.
That's right. We'll get you to build a set. We're golden. Xbox 8's in talk with limited run game. Okay. So Xbox is talking about doing limited run games with them too. That'd be cool. What have we done with Myke? Well, we sort of tied him up in the back and we left him there. We'll get him some food and water eventually. He's fine.
He's good. Retro Advisory Board. He would be great on that show. That guy knows everything.
Yeah, he's ridiculously smart at this stuff. Yeah,
I'm impressed with everything he does.
Yeah. Yeah, he
sounds so smart. Like he could be just shoveling BS to me, right? Maybe he doesn't even know what he's talking about, but it sounds so professional.
It's so professional.
That I buy it. Yeah. Did you know the N64 was made out of styrofoam? Really? What? Like, he would sell me anything and I'd buy it.
Oh, why am I getting a phone call?
I don't know.
Why am I getting a phone call? Sorry, everybody.
Is it just the me show now?
No. Hang on. I think it's my buddy Mr. Matthews that's hitting me up.
Well, I'll entertain you with eyebrow tricks.
No, we're good. I was just all of a sudden I clicked over there because he'd sent me something, and then like it started ringing from Discord, and I'm like, I can't do a phone call right now. This is not gonna work.
We should make it super awkward and just call each other on the phone while on the podcast talking with one another. That'll be like weird and meta. It'll be.
It's the inception.
Yeah.
Of podcasts. Do a podcast inside the podcast.
Podcast. Yeah.
And you'll need another podcast to kick us from the podcast.
Exactly.
It's really meta deep. My BS isn't shoveled, it's levelly delivered on a silver spoon, Retro Advisory Board says.
See, I don't feel so bad. He puts... I was just going to say real quick, I like Retro Advisory Board too, because he puts out a video about as much as I do, which is like once every 17, 18 years or something.
He does like hour-long videos. I can't do that. I hit like 20 minutes. That's like 4 weeks of work for me. And I don't even have the number of kids he has. That's a whole other complication.
Yeah.
Because he's got to find recording time and time to write with, like all his kids.
So you're going to say, what were you going to say about consoles?
I was going to ask, what kind of consoles do you have? Or do you even have time to even mess with them with as much work as you've been putting in on stuff?
Yeah, so I mean, for the most part, up until I started this channel, I'd have client work and then I'd game on the side. So I have everything up until the modern stuff, because the modern stuff is impossible to get anyway. Like it is far easier
I got
to
lucky
see a unicorn having sex with a leprechaun.
Okay, lucky and get a pre-order on a PS5. I've not managed to find a Series X for under $800, and I refuse to pay $800.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
I'm not doing it. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Rab's like, we live in a shoe. Dude, you live in New York. Of course you live in a shoe. That shoe probably costs more than my house.
Oh, yeah.
Even it's like, look at Nick holding it down. I've only got so many jokes, guys. I'm running out. Hold on, I gotta dig in for some more jokes here somewhere.
Oh, we have a joke book?
Not anything worth hearing. They're all terrible.
Yeah, no, Mullis really is. He is like, it's almost like he's not even here. You know, it's strange.
I know he's so on, and he's got us riled up so much that he barely has to do any work. It's like he could just walk away.
So here's like a stoner question. So this is totally random. We're waiting for Myke.
Just because I live in Colorado doesn't mean I'm a stoner. You know that, right?
But this has baffled me like since I was a kid. Why does a 15-year-old pay for an adult movie ticket and they can't see an adult movie?
I don't know.
It'll hurt your brain. I mean, the obvious answer is greed, right?
Well,
but
they
I'm trying
to
to
make
find
PG-13 now anyway. I mean, there's been very few R-rated movies in the last couple of years I can think of outside of, like, say, Conan and Deadpool. And only one of those worked.
Sure.
And while I actually really liked the reboot of Conan, it did not make its money back at all.
Well, which Conan movie was that? How long ago was that?
That was one with Jason Momoa where they tried to like bring it back.
I think I worked on. Is that like from like 7 to 10 years ago?
Yes.
Yeah, I worked on that.
Oh, you worked on that?
I worked on the like the advertisements and stuff.
Oh, that's dope. I actually really enjoyed that film. I thought it was a good film. I mean, it's still a Conan film, and I mean, you know, Conan's been out of the limelight so long, it's kind of hard to bring him back, particularly trying to bring it back as an R-rated film, and the only reason it was an R-rated film is you wanted women walking around topless. That was the main reason it was R-rated, right? It wasn't because of the amount of violence. Not that I didn't appreciate the topless women walking around. I'm a guy. But, you know, you probably could have done that with a little more clothing and gotten a PG-13 rating and maybe made your money back.
But all right, so
okay.
Now that okay, he's back.
Yeah.
Sort of. There he is.
No, I'm okay. Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. I'll fill you in when we're done. But
we're gonna have to bring in the PandaSub. We're gonna have the squirrel take over.
Well,
we're running out of material.
he became the perfect panda sub. All right, so Conan. How do we get on Conan?
We were just talking about random things. He mentioned, why do 15-year-olds have to pay for an adult movie cost but can't go to see an adult movie? And I said, well, realistically, most movies are PG-13 anyway, with the exception of like 2 that I could remember. One was Conan and one was Deadpool. And
that's just some of the excitement you missed out on
for Conan. So that's how we got on Conan.
Okay. All right. Okay, so
squirrel.
No, it's okay. Back to reality.
Reality's boring. We shouldn't go there.
Yeah, I know. Reality's
I'm telling
boring.
you, 1 star would not do again.
So, all right. So Panda.
Yeah.
So 20 minutes later.
Nick, just what I'm saying. Look at that. Look at the viewer count now. What did I say?
Did it drop again?
It dropped.
See, I came back. I come back and everybody leaves. So no, it's all good.
While you were gone.
That's right. Right. While you were gone, Myke, 75 people were in the chat room. You came back and they all left.
And Myke, for like the worst conversation you've ever heard. It's just the most dull.
It's pretty bad.
I'm gonna listen back, and it's gonna be like the greatest conversation, and I'm gonna be like,
you like it? Pro, nay? Discuss.
Those of you who joined the chat room while I was away, Jesse Darby, Axel 13241 one day I'll get it right. 1324. Alex is a Valve. What's going on, guys? Niall, brother Niall, what's happening? Brother back from the dead, brother Infinite, brother Lance is in the house. Thank you guys so much. I apologize. Let me just put it this way: some local news that not good news in any way, shape, or form that came across that was texted to me about somebody that let's say that does work with me. I just got some really horrific news, and it took me by surprise, and I need to make a couple of phone calls to deal with this situation tomorrow.
Man.
So yeah, it's not good. It's not good. Anyway, so back to...
Is that my segue to me? So I
yes,
guess
back to you, PandaSub.
We can do another segue. This stream brought to you by smothered chicken, carrots, and potatoes. We're back to Amigo After Dark, guys. It's like 8:30 here. I'm gonna eat my dinner.
Oh, hey. Oh, good. We get a Nick eating on the show. I haven't had one of those yet. So, all right, back to the funny guy.
Showed the food, Nick.
So, brother Yoby's in the house.
They come for the food.
Peace, love, life, brother Yoby's in the house. All right, so Panda, so now we got to look at kind of what you do. First off, how did talk about your gaming roots, because obviously you have to have a love of video gaming in order to do a video gaming type show. So want to know about how you came up as a gamer, kind of the young, whatever they call a baby panda. I don't know what they call that, but what's this?
Panda.
Okay, thank you. National Geographic presents NLG. Oh my God, Timmy, what's up, Timmy? All right, so young PandaSub and what he liked to play in it. How did you get to this thing where you wanted to do this incredible video graphic design, video editing and stuff? So history of the PandaSub.
Sure. Yeah, so I'll Baby Panda is his stripper name. Damn right. Yeah, I mean, I'll keep it brief because I don't want to bore everyone. But why I fell in love with games is, I'm sure, very unique to how other people fell in love with games, right? So for me, it wasn't about the challenge or things like that. Ever since I was a kid, I always wanted to be a storyteller. And what I loved about games when I got my, I had an Atari, but I primarily grew up with a, NES. And what I loved about it was that you got to control the story. That, you could go left or you could go right, and you were either going to be victorious or you were going to fail and live another day to try again. So these little micro stories that I loved. So I grew up playing Nintendo. One of my favorite games ever is Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. I still haven't beat Mike Tyson though, which is pathetic. Yeah, I grew up with a Nintendo, and I love
people don't.
Really? Okay, so I'm not alone. Okay, I can get to them, but that's it. I always lose in the first 2 seconds. Yeah, so I always loved video games because of that. I loved being in that. Did he just?
No, keep going. Keep going.
No, okay.
Yeah, keep going.
Okay. Yeah, and then so as far as how I got to here, so I wanted to mix my passion of, I love video games, primarily the history of games. I love the story of games, things like that. And I wanted to also write fun stories. I wanted to write characters and things like that. So that's where I came up with this very strange show about this crew who's in space, and I guess you could say it's almost Mystery Science Theater-ish, in that they're left in space and they have to review and look at all these old games and stuff like that. And I built this whole story. And originally it was going to be kind of an episodic kind of Star Trek show. And then I realized how long that was taking me, because this show is actually, I started this in 2018. A lot of footage you see sometimes is actually from 2018. And And then I decided, okay, I got to make smaller stuff. I got to make quicker videos. And so I started making these little episodic things here that were much more manageable to make. And that's kind of how I got here. It was basically, I loved the interaction of video games, not so much the challenge, the interaction, the storytelling. That's why I love like Naughty Dog. I love the Uncharted series. Like that's just incredible storytelling. And then as far as my show, I wanted to marry, the fun of games with a cast of characters that hopefully people grow to like, and tell little micro funny stories with that, where you can learn a little something about a game or whatever, a history of a game, while also being entertained, hopefully, with little micro stories that I write.
I mean, does this stuff just come to you? Like you're just sitting around and all of a sudden you're like, I have an idea, and you go at it, or is this something?
Yeah, like, so, I mean, like, this is just like, it's 2 books here alone. Yeah, I've got, I think, close to about 116 episodes written. I've gotten like 4 of them done, So I'm always writing this stuff. It's just a lot of fun. I love making stuff. And I love making every single aspect of it. I don't want to just be the writer. I want to direct it. I want to do the lighting. I want to build the set. So all that stuff is a lot of fun for me. It's just an absolute joy to do. It's just a lot of work, aside with all the other real work I have to do when I'm not doing this.
So you basically have no time for, anything else. Yeah.
No. Yeah, no, literally not. No. Like this project, I mean, I can tell you for a fact, since 2018, I mean, this is pretty much it. It's work and this, work and this, work and this. I take my dog for a walk, I do little things, and then it's back to one or the other, client work or stupid puppet work. It's one or the other that I have to choose.
Well, I mean, if you enjoy it, that's the...
Oh, I do. Absolutely love it.
That's important.
Oh, yeah.
So. But that's fascinating. I mean, I'm so glad. I forgot how we met. I forgot where we first. I mean, it was somewhere around. Where at?
I'm the one, I think, who contacted you. I don't remember why, but I had Twittered you or something, I think.
Yeah.
Because I was a fan of the show. I love their show. So for some reason, as a fan, I think I had reached out to you.
I gotcha. Right. Loved in the past tense, he says.
Yeah, no, lately it's been...
I mean, it went downhill when you let us host. I mean, honestly.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, apparently. So, no, actually,
I mean,
thank
people
you.
just logged in to see the train wreck. They're like, wait, Nick and Panda are hosting NLG? Oh, this is going to be a train wreck.
Yeah.
Well, no, thank you again. But thank you.
Gotta go.
Yeah, thank you again for covering for me. Yeah. So, Nick, your turn. So I've known you for a bit now, and I do know what you like. The indie games, and you have done some console and some retro. But now I want your story. We didn't get a chance to do that last time you were here, so I want to know how you got into gaming. What was your first set, and what got you to where you are now, and how did you? One of the things that I'm all in awe about both of you guys is your ability to create recorded content. I can't do it. I don't know if it's just because the time that I don't have.
But I'm just going to interject. But for me, I am much more impressed with you that you can do, that you can entertain people without having to edit something, produce something, write a story to something. To me, that's far more impressive, because if you can just entertain people with just you sitting in front of a camera, where I would make people uncomfortable and very quickly run for the exit, I'm much more impressed with what you're able to do. So I just wanted to interject there and stroke you back.
Somehow I guess and make people run for the exit.
It's every date I've been on. ... Puppets, you say? Gotta go.
All right, we've seen this movie with Steve Carell. No, I mean, but what you guys do, first off, I never believe I'm that entertaining. I mean, I stutter and stumble, and sometimes it's hard for me to put a thought together without without dead air. So I appreciate that, but on the other end of it, watching both of you guys and Nick, I love watching these. That Castlevania series you did was phenomenal. This last,
I gotta finish that. I still gotta go back and finish the last episode. I was trying not to use save states on that thing, and then my Pi got disconnected, so I had to play through the game like a couple times trying to do it exactly the way I did it before and figure out where I was at, and then I went too far, and I'm like, oh my god, this is gonna be such a pain in the ass.
Well, but just to see you do it, and like this last one, can I learn Contra? I mean, that kind of stuff is I always keep saying this. Oh yeah, I got to go back and redo some of my retro content and do all this stuff, and I never can. I never get the ability to just sit down and do it. Like the last video that I put out was that shmup video. Nobody watched it. I mean,
I did.
I mean, you did, but I mean, I doubt. I don't think it's crossed 100 views yet, right? So some of it is, why bother? But at the same time, some of it too is, man, where do I get the time to do it? And the fact that you guys have the time and the ability, and what you do with it is, I'm impressed. So, young geeks with cash, young Nick, getting into gaming, what he played, what you did, and then how did you get into YouTubing?
Well, the first console I got was a ColecoVision. Mom and Dad bought a ColecoVision. So that's why it hit home for me when you were talking about Time Pilot, because that was like one of my favorite games on the ColecoVision. Like that, Smurfs, and then I want to say there was Venture, which was another one that I was never very good at. It was always kind of frustrating, but I played the crap out of it anyway. But had a lot more memories of like the NES and moving forward, right? The NES was the first one that I really remember sitting down and spending a lot of time with. So it's always one of the consoles that I always go back to, And then I somehow I was fortunate enough with my parents that a lot of times I had like at least I had multiple consoles growing up, right? So I had a Super NES and a Genesis. And then as I started growing up, I started, buying them on my own. So I went Xbox instead of PlayStation, and then an N64 before that because I was a big Nintendo kid. Which honestly, in retrospect, probably was not the smartest move. I probably should have gone PlayStation, but I didn't really dig the controller, and there's still things about it to this day that I just don't like about the design that's been there since its inception. It's a very good controller. It's just certain parts of it annoy me. That's all. And as far as getting into YouTube, that was just kind of something like I originally started to do that with a buddy of mine, and that kind of like fell through. We ended up not doing it. And then I had the channel for like a year. Hadn't even really done anything with it other than like, have my name on it. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to go ahead and do this anyway. I'm just going to do it on my own. So what am I going to do it on? Well, I'm into video games and I'm into collecting. So I'm going to try to mix both of these somehow, which was mostly unsuccessful. It was always erratic, whichever one would actually do well. And really the genesis of it was as I was always big into photography. So I had all these movie functions on my camera that I'm like not using. And I'm like, I really want to know how to use these and how to set the lighting up and how to do this and how to frame this, because I can frame a photo. I like taking wildlife photos and like nature and wildlife and flowers and shit like that. But I wanted to know how to do that more inside in a control setting, and to be able to like get good pictures of like the figures and how to frame it and how to tell the story about what I'm seeing. And that was kind of like the driving thing that really got me into it. The streaming kind of came later, primarily because I was going to originally try to start doing like VR streaming, and I just don't have the space for it. Like setting it up isn't that hard, but I don't have the room to get the camera in the right position to be able to film it. And I know Panda's probably over there nodding his head going, because a lot of what you film is exactly how I'd have to lay it out, and it's a lot of space to be able to get the camera at a wide enough angle to where you can see things. Because the idea was to use something called Live, which allows you to have the gameplay, but allows you to be in the game while you're playing it. So you can bracket and frame things to where you can see the game and you can see like you and mostly full body in the game. And to start doing that, well, that didn't work out, but I already had like enough kit and enough ideas to try to start streaming more regularly, just with this kind of setup, right? Which is just me sitting in front of my computer desk with minimal range that I can kind of move my arms around. I kind of got little T-Rex arms when I'm streaming, because if you go too far out of the frame, it like cuts my arm off, you know? So, you know, that's sort of in a short story made long kind of way where that came from.
Okay. All right, but another Nintendo kid.
Yes.
Hey,
Don't get me wrong, I love my Genesis and stuff, but I didn't even know the Master System existed until it was gone. Like, I never even saw one in a store.
I'm the same way. I didn't either. I missed the Master System. I was actually still playing on PC at that time.
And yes, Cyrus, I did. That, I was a bigger Nintendo fan and didn't know anything about Sony, and I was really hardcore thinking Nintendo was really going to trump them. It was just taking them a while to get the console out. So that was my reasoning at the time. And since I was the only one buying my consoles at that time, I picked one or the other, which is what most people were doing all along, was picking one over the other.
Yeah, which is, you know, it's what they're still doing today.
Yep. Only they're making like flame wars out of it on internet, because
yeah, because the internet exists.
Nickel for every time somebody Series X like posted something about Game Pass, and then another nickel for every time that the PlayStation people are like, well, we've got this. Yes, it's coming 3 years from now, but yes, you do.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a weird thing right now.
It is. But, you know.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. What?
I was just going to say, Jeff wrote, what about YouTube makes you keep doing it? I love the community, but feel like you open yourself up with a channel. Especially when you mentioned the Amico topic, your life rapidly changes.
Yes.
Yeah, but like that's honestly, that question is more for YouTube, because, you know, I'm in a storied universe. You know what I mean? Like I don't reveal anything about me. You guys do live stuff and things like that. That's more.
Oh, sure. And everybody knows my name and you know, that kind of thing. No. So yeah, I open myself up doing a channel, but at the same time, and I'm not disparaging anybody specifically or anything like that, but I don't do anything that warrants anybody's attention. You know,
you said Amico. That'll do it.
That probably gets like 5 downvotes and just saying the word.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And you know, we talk about the Amico here when there's Amico news to talk about. I mean, it's
Sure.
a video game console like any other. I mean, we concentrate on all things. It's Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, Amico, Stream Deck we talked about that night, Steam Deck. Damn it. One day I'll get that right. You know, we talk about those things because this is a video game channel. But I mean, you know, I thought about whether or not I, you know, wanted to be out here, you know, with everybody knowing who I am. I mean, it's, you know, all the Mullis family is all connected. So you find one, you find us all. But, you know, I'm not afraid to be out here because, and I'm not saying this, please don't, I'm not pointing this anywhere. I don't do anything that warrants people paying that much attention to me like that. You know, I talk about video games. I try to remain positive. You know, even when I don't like something, there's, you know, the way I go about talking about it is different than some folks who have to not tell their name. And again, you're not in that range. You're doing it, for a different reason. Your stuff is positive and fun, but there's people that people can't know who they are. Like literally can't, because they can get a mob after them very easily. And who's gonna come after me and for what? What are you gonna do? This is not my real life. At the end of the day, I always look at it like this. At the end of the day, I could turn off this computer. I could walk away from here, play video games, and be with my family. So what's somebody who, let's take the Amico side of it. Because I've had people make videos about me because of my fandom of the Amico. So what? What's that gonna do to me in the real world? That day that rich guy attacked all of us, whatnot. In all honesty, one person came from his channel and made some bizarre comment on one of my videos, and I deleted the comment, blocked him, and went about my merry way. It's not real life for me. I can walk upstairs, hug my wife, play with my kids, go to my job, and so because of that, if people know what my real name is, and Michael Mullis, for all intents, for anybody who knows me, my real name's not a pseudonym.
Phoenix McFury, my birth name.
That I wanted to put that down there actually, because that's a great name, It just again, I tend to want to be positive. I tend to want to be fun. People that don't like me, okay, and I've got them out there, okay, so that's my take on it, Jeff.
Nick, do you have any? Can you?
Well, mine's kind of similar and a little bit different. I don't know this. The platform kind of, in some ways, I can always turn this off and I can go back to just playing games and stuff like that, and it's no big deal. Would I complete as many of them? Probably not, because there's something about doing it on YouTube or trying to film a series that makes me kind of want to push a little bit more to try to get through something that I normally may not spend the time on or focus on it as much, because I get distracted with other things, or there'd be other games to play. I'd be like that emoji for the Game Pass where the guy's just eating a little bit from here and a little bit from here and a little bit from here and not really finishing anything or getting a good depth or breadth for what it is, but, trying a little bit of everything, right? This helps me focus a little bit, which is kind of cool. And I like creating something, and I get excited. I kind of get where in my head where I'm kind of a numbers guy, because I like watching my channel kind of grow. I like watching people engage with it. I like the feedback that I get back. The community itself has been good, and the kind of community that I have, I don't want a lot of people that just agree with me. I actually kind of like it when people disagree with me a little bit, because it starts a conversation, which is something I feel we don't have enough of these days. Like, people are not okay with differing opinions enough these days.
No, it's all tribes. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's all tribal. Like, you're either this or you're this. And I hate that on my channel. Like, I don't do that. If somebody has a differing opinion, that's fine. Say it. I may not always agree with you, but I'm not going to bag on you for it either. We're going to have a discussion about it. I may change my mind. You may change your mind. Nobody's mind may change. But at least at the end of the day, we're going to understand each other's viewpoint a little bit better. Right?
And respect each other for it.
And respect each other for it. And that builds a community. And that's been kind of the neatest thing, is I kind of got welcomed into a few online communities that I didn't think I'd be part of, like some of these retro channels communities that I'm a part of, because I showed up and they were friendly enough and everything like that. But they're like way better at these games, and I'm like stumbling through them and laughing at myself. And they're in there like giving me tips and like, GG when you get through a stage, even though I know they could do that blindfolded with their toes, right? They don't care. They're just happy to see somebody playing the game and enjoying the game. And that's been kind of like amazing. Oh, and there's one of them now, 21 Sandwich. Yeah. Shout out to 21 Sandwich. He does not have enough subscribers. That guy's amazing. He's got tons of no death runs, and he's just a hell of a nice guy. Can't say enough good things about Sandwich. He's
Brenneman as well popped in. Another guy that hangs out with us here once in a while, and I've seen him around.
Yeah.
No.
But there's just tons of cool people in a lot of these communities. There's a lot of cool different ideas. And me being able to kind of tell a story, like I need to get back to doing these, but I kind of like doing a lot of the more historical ones. It lets me go back, kind of relive some of those days, kind of go into some of the details that maybe I didn't know when I was growing up, and learn something about the video game industry, or learn something about this game, or learn something about this genre that I didn't know before. And I get to put that out on my channel, and other people can go, oh, holy crap, I didn't know that. Or did you know this? And I'm like, holy crap, I didn't know anything about that. No, that's amazing. I learned something new today. And that to me is kind of exciting, right? Not only do I learn things, a lot of things when just by studying for the videos, every now and then I learn something new to put into the video, which is even more exciting. I like learning new things. So that's kind of like a big part of it, I guess.
For me, like YouTube is like my therapy session, because what I do, I do what I'm kind of do for on the show professionally as well. So, I'll do a lot of TV commercials and things like that. Probably a lot of stuff you guys have seen, and that stuff is extremely boring. It's extremely boring to do very like corporate kind of things, or just cut and paste kind of stuff. So to grab some puppets and everything, it's a therapy session. So it's worth whatever the negative side of YouTube is for me. It's just so much fun. And then to get to see some people and meet you guys and stuff, I think has been such a bonus out of this. So for me, it's pure therapy. It's just a lot of fun.
I gotta agree with that. And nothing to me, I mean, I say it so much that I hope people don't take this as clichéic. Like, oh, Myke just says this to say it, but it really don't. I mean, if you look at the people that are in our chat room here, that have been here, they're here all night. They were here through your Conan the Barbarian story.
20 of them are my fake accounts. So
they all downloaded the stream.
I think Born Distracted is real. Everyone else is me. I got busy fingers.
But outside of this chat room, I have interacted with almost everybody here, whether it's meeting them in person, being part of a live stream with them, driving Cyrus through the, driving Cyrus and Dreadpool through the Amityville Horror.
You went everywhere in Philadelphia except for where you needed to go.
Because that part of Pennsylvania only had one road. One road. It had one road with one exit.
Sure did, Myke. Sure did.
Dreadpool could back me up on this. But my interactions with everybody in the chat room has gone
chat room
beyond. By the way, I think Rab earlier said of the Jersey McFuries. These are not my show fans. These are my gaming family. These are people that I've gamed with, that I've met. Nick, I've met you. We've broken bread. That is something that this community has got me. And I have to also say that a lot of the people that I have met, that I have grown really fond of, have all come from the semi-retro, that part of the group. You, Nick, OEB Pete, and Generational Gamer, and John, and Cyrus, and Rab, and Born, and that, and then of course, my friends over at like Retro Renegades, Infinite, and Jay, and YOBY, and Cerebral Prawl, and all those guys. I mean, I'm finding this group of people, Doggy Dog, of course, Lemon. I'm finding these people that are like-minded to me, and I didn't think that I would. Oh, Sister Foxfire.
Hey,
I didn't even
Foxfire.
see. I didn't even see her come in, and that's the
I
first
haven't seen
thing
her
she
say a
did.
word all night. I would have said hi.
Thank you so much. And you want to talk about? Oh no, you're. Oh, thank you so much for
She's super late. Is she not from like Europe?
Dude, she is awesome. She's been around for a good while. I've known her before, and she's actually starting to make content now herself. So if you get a chance to, let me see if it's searchable.
I didn't know she was making content. I need to sub.
Yes, she started to make some content. I'm actually gonna drop here.
And she's like the one person who knows what the movie Foxfire is. Like no one knows what that movie is. Do you guys know what Foxfire is? I bet you don't.
I know what it is.
Yeah, you see, you don't. It was an old Angelina Jolie.
Hold on, Axel. I got your name wrong earlier in the night.
He did try to pronounce your name, Axel. He did a terrible job of it. But
yeah, he even apologized.
Yes. So there.
I gotta back him up on this one. He did try. Badly, but he tried.
But she just put out an indie spotlight video yesterday.
I've thought about doing stuff like that because with that Steam Deck coming out, I thought now's a good time to start kind of like showcasing more stuff that's on Steam as far as indie content goes. Because those people need some love, man. So much stuff gets lost on that platform just because it's hard to find, right? Yeah. I mean, unless you know the name of it, you're just not going to find it.
See, BACk found us from Retro Renegades. And from Xbox Ultimate After Hours, that's how we started playing games together. That's absolutely true.
I love that hat.
That's true. That is
dope.
Nice.
I love that hat.
So, but this is what it's all about. Is just this community, and I consider them all my gaming family, my extended family. Nobody in this chat room is a fan of the show. They're all my gaming family, and you guys are too. And that's why I do it. That's why.
No, Mike, so I found you first, and then I found everyone from there. Like I think I found Cyrus, who's another fantastic YouTuber. His voice, by the way, I go to sleep. If he ever sees like that, he every night around like 4 a.m. that there's a view. That's me going to bed, listening to one of his like. It's such a great radio.
An amazing radio voice.
I didn't mean to make that sound creepy. I meant it like he's got a nice. He's got an amazing voice.
You went weird.
I know. I got very weird. I'm good.
You got weird.
I did not mean it weird. No, but there's like the company around you, Mike. Like. So, I found you and I loved your personality. I loved your passion. I love the fact that you read that you genuinely care about the people in your chat room, about what you do, about gaming. And I fell in love with that. And I would work before I would even chat with you guys. I'd put you on in the background while I was working on a project. Found Nick and everyone, everyone surrounding you are fantastic YouTubers and even better people, if that's even possible. It's been a joy finding every one of you guys. I'm really, really impressed with people.
So I was going to made it weird too.
Yeah, and I'm,
and
again,
also the Lady Foxfire. What do you mean she just started making content? She's like almost at 2,000 subs.
Yeah.
Well, she had taken a break. I said again. I said she started making content again. She had taken a break for a bit, and now she's back making content again.
So Rayton said, yeah, he'd like to see recommendations on from Steam, and yeah, I've been kind of digging through their indie scene and stuff like that. And just so you guys know, if you're thinking about picking up a Steam Deck or you're thinking about getting into PC gaming, you have even a laptop that can run some stuff, and you're seriously going to get one, go ahead and get Steam installed. Like, I can't recommend that enough. And the reason I say that's because they do midweek, in-week, they do flash sales. A lot of times you'll see sub 60, 70, 80, 90% off on Steam, like on the regular. Usually it's weird to have a week go by and not have some sort of sale on Steam. And so you can amass a collection pretty quick, and have it ready for whenever you pick up your Steam Deck, right? Even if you can't run it now, if you think it's something that the Steam Deck can run, and obviously take a look at the specs on the Steam Deck and take a look at the specs on the game. Just set your sights within the range of the Steam Deck, because people
Right.
kind of blow it up way out of proportion on what they think it's going to do, right? So be realistic. You might only do medium resolution to be able to get good performance out of it, but medium resolution on something like Cyberpunk's still going to look good, right? So,
Well, sure.
you know. You were going to say, Mike? I'm sorry.
No, I said sure. I was agreeing with you.
Yeah.
So,
So, we have a panda hat. But yeah, I'll see if I can dig some of those up. I was doing some Nintendo recommendations for people getting into the Switch. God, Amico Kid had asked for that. I was drawing a total blank. I could remember his face and I couldn't remember his handle. Had asked for some stuff on that, so I did one on indie games. And honestly, any of the indie game ones that I did for the Nintendo Switch on my channel, those are all on Steam. Unless I say specifically it's only on the Switch. And for indie games, that's almost never the case, right? Nintendo welcomes all the indie developers onto their platform with open arms. They've really been keeping Nintendo like up there as far as sales, because people love it for that kind of content, because they can take it on the go. So most of those are on all the platforms, including Steam. So that's another way of learning a few of them that you can get your hands into. Offhand, I couldn't recommend games like Carrion, Gato Roboto. If you really like roguelikes, Hades is a good game. I'm on the fence with it because I'm not a roguelike fan. I mean, I struggled with Toe Jam and Earl. Hades is more controlled than Toe Jam and Earl. Toe Jam and Earl is just random inside of random, wrapped in a random burrito, inside a wrapped in random universe, in a void full of random. It's too random.
is it random, Nick?
A little bit. Just a little bit.
Oh man. So all right. So since we got all these people in here, the categories are potpourri. Guys, fire away.
I have so much to say about potpourri.
Oh, you go.
Potpourri and Crisco. So
Don't even get me started. Well, there I did. I just started. Here we go.
And I agree. Hades is tough.
I don't know if is the idea, Panda says, twirling a tassel. If you start doing this and they spin, that might.
Now I just need. Oops.
Ladies, I'm single.
Again.
So.
All right. That's his new music video. Cousin Board, ask Panda, are you addicted to bamboo?
I am. It's wonderful. I don't even know what to do with it, but I got hordes of it in my other room. Yeah, it's just so much of it. Supposed to love this crap.
Lance is saying, Lance thinks that I have the chat set at, I have this set for ultra low latency, so I don't know how far back the chat really is.
I don't know. I've got the chat window just popped out here, and I'm reading it here.
Panda will probably be more productive now that my crap isn't there to put him to sleep. Oh, yeah. Cyrus has retired from YouTube.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
That was sad to see.
I know. I agree.
I switched it over to Classic Gaming Quarterly. You know him, where he just reads old Game Pros. That's what I go to sleep do now at 4 a.m.
Yes,
I didn't know that. I should have known that.
I'll
was
tell
a
you
thing,
what.
There's like all these Reddit.
It's a great idea.
Watches, and they just read Reddit stories. Like you just go to a subreddit and just read Reddit stories, and I'm like, had I known it was that easy, had I only known.
It's actually not that bad idea because, what he'll do is, he'll run across an ad and he'll say well, this is how it was advertised, but here's what the game really did, and here's why, it failed, whatever. He goes into some history about it. it's actually pretty neat, especially when you're trying to go to bed at 4 a.m. So it's really helpful. It's probably not the best advertisement that helps me sleep at night.
No, and it's
you
not
should
a
give
good
it a watch.
I don't know if it's a good endorsement of what size channel was either, but
yeah, I
he's
say it
retired his
lovingly.
channel, so
I
get why Cy put his channel to bed. I understand. I wasn't too happy about it, but I get why he did it, and it seems like he's been happy with his decision. So I'm not here to begrudge anybody their happiness. So
absolutely,
I'm just glad he still hangs out with all of us.
Yeah, me too. I mean, look, I get it too. Like you, Nick, I'm not happy about it. I really enjoyed his his content. I enjoy, like, he did a great speaking of gameplay streams, he did a great gameplay stream of Yeast. I forgot which one, but it was like a multi
didn't he do like 2 and 3 or something like that?
Something like that.
He was going through a couple of them because he genuinely likes that series, and I've thought about picking up that series just to try it out because that kind of anime style appeals to me anyway. You know what I mean? And that kind of turn-based combat is kind of right up my alley. It doesn't really take much to get me into that, and I kind of got out of it in a phase when Western RPGs picked up, but I feel like a lot of the old school Japanese RPGs are kind of coming back, particularly in the indie scene. It's kind of nice to see.
Oh, all right. So when was the last time you game raged?
Yeah, I did tell
real quick.
Yeah, I did tell the chat, and I meant to say this live. For the next little while here, the floor is yours, chat. I did kind of name this when it was going to be me and Chris and Panda Ask Us Anything, but Nick can answer questions. Nick knows stuff.
I was about to say, is that one for me? Because that was today. I was trying to record Contra. Matter of fact, I think there's part of that I'm not even going to put up because I was so disappointed without my attitude.
Go down the list. So, Panda, when's the last time you game raged?
So I game raged I'm very sure, like, different than everybody. Like, so it's not like, oh, I can't beat this boss, but that was cheap. It's always at video game logic, which I actually want to make a video about. It's like, if you're Zelda, here's this hero, right? You've defeated Ganon 82,000 times, and then when you jump in the water, you drown. It's that makes me go crazy. It's like, here's this adventurer, and he can only swim for 4 seconds, and then he drowns to the bottom of the lake. It's those little things, or like when you're playing a third-person adventure, and you get to like a part where there's like a garbage can in front of you. You're like, well, I guess I can't go forward now, even though he was just climbing on mountains. And now there's a garbage can, like, woof, I guess we got to go the other way. I'm like, no, that's where you need to go. And that's what I usually rage over. It's stupid little things like that.
Yeah, the guy that can fly over buildings and use electricity to fry everybody but can't swim.
Yeah, he can't swim. Right. And there's a bucket in the way. I can't walk past that. I guess I have to go the other way. Like,
I can't jump over it. I can't I can't move it.
And those have gotten better over the years, I feel like. I think they've gotten better at building those worlds to where you don't notice that you have that game barrier as much. When it's done right, it's really clever. Like, and I'm not a big fan of Breath of the Wild, but it does a really good job.
Yes.
Of just letting you pretty much reach most of the places that you would think to go. And you know there's a limit to the game environment. There has to be, but you usually never really run into it while you're running around, right? Just the way they built it. It almost reminds me of like the holodecks that you'd see in like the Next Generation. How do you take a tiny, tiny room and convince people that they're in this huge area and they never slam into a wall, right? It's that kind of like game perspective and sense of depth that they do. They kind of lead you off in these different directions to where you don't run into those barriers that I think is really cool.
Well, that was
Cyrus.
They need to do Zelda where a water bucket at the bottom of the lake is the final boss.
I would rage so much.
Yeah.
And they need the Sonic music when you're down there in the little bubbles.
So I know that I know that watching Nick rage sometimes is a guilty pleasure of mine. So go ahead, Nick.
I hate doing it on stream, though. I mean, sometimes if I do it the right way, it's entertaining for me and it's entertaining for the crowd. But like when I'm like really upset, it's just no fun for me. And then I get irritable with the crowd, and then I'm turning people off on that stream. And I try really hard not to do that, to the point to where it comes off as belligerent to the crowd, right? Because they don't deserve that, right? If I'm irritated, but there's no reason to take it out on other people, which happens sometimes just by proxy, right? And that's not cool. So I try to keep that under wraps when I'm streaming and just kind of let it slide. But like today, I was really trying to make some progress in Contra in particular, and I was getting frustrated because things were popping up in places where I hadn't seen them pop up in previous runs. And I was having trouble learning areas that I thought I should have already mastered because I've only ran them like, 100 times. You think I would be better at this by now. So it was it was much frustration with myself as it was the game changing things up a little bit. So today.
There you go.
So we had another one from Ted Brennerman. I'm sure I pronounced that wrong.
That's a good question.
What are the pressures and downsides to running a YouTube channel that most people are unaware of? Do you guys want me to start with that one, or you guys want to go?
Go ahead.
A lot of it is self-induced. I'm going to be honest. Because at the end of the day, it's you staring at a camera. There's nobody here to really boo you or jeer you. It's really easy to just tune it out and not even pay attention to chat or turn off comments. So a lot of it is self-induced pressure. Feeling you need to get videos out, feeling you need to do this, looking at your stats and being depressed that you did all this work on this video and nobody's watching it. And what can I do to get people to engage with me? What am I doing wrong? What is wrong with me that people don't want to engage for my content for more than like a minute out of a 10-minute video? And that's something that I think is really common for all YouTubers, especially small YouTubers, because you're trying to get an audience, you're trying to stretch out and reach new people. And like, especially with my channel lately, it's grown pretty steadily, but I notice a lot of my videos, a lot of the core videos that I do still have like the same 50 people. It's almost all subscribers when I look at the stats. Nobody new is really coming in for that content. So there's that pressure of like, well, if I actually kind of want this to grow, what do I do? Like, what can I make that's going to either make YouTube show my stuff to new people or make people want to look at it, right? What can I do? And those are kind of like self-induced pressures, I feel like, in a lot of ways. Because you can run a channel with like 15 subs and still have a lot of fun with it and be happy at the end of the day.
Great answer.
My chest and waist. Can I like Axe's response here? My chest and waist ratio is not enough. So do I need some balloons? Is that what you're saying? I need to like, push a bra.
I'm unsubbing if you don't.
I'm unsubbing if you do.
That's probably the better response.
Go ahead, PandaSub. What about you?
It's tough, because again, for 8 months, I had 35 subscribers. As I keep telling you, 34 of those were my mother, my grandmother, and me, and multiple accounts. So I was just basically making stuff for me. And to be honest, that's really what I still do now. I kind of, it's a weird show and I just do stuff that makes me laugh. And I just hope that people that do wind up subscribing, like that humor, because I want to keep making weird stuff. But for me, the thing that I was not ready for, especially when there was that big spike in subs, was the social media aspect. I think for me, the social media aspect is what's the most challenging. You have to be aware of what you're writing, and that even even as a very, very, very small YouTuber that I am, that you find out that like your words do have some weight, that you have to watch what you're saying. You have to, you need to be careful about how you word things, and you want to make sure that you don't piss off this community and start a war with another one. It's all that stuff that isn't the fun part of making videos.
You know, I just love making stuff, and I wasn't prepared for the that you guys, I'm sure, and Cyrus and everyone else is aware of, that it's that other part of the community that comes in social media that just makes it kind of a chore, you know, that, and it's to try and ignore that part and just keep doing what you love. That to me was the most challenging.
Yeah, but the social media part of it, because YouTube in essence is kind of social media, I feel like. It's an avenue of social media. It's one that you have more control over what you do. And I still pretty much just make things that I want to do, right? Like the Contra thing that I did. Like, if I didn't really want to learn how to play Contra, there's no way in hell I would have put that out there. Because I know it's not going to have like a huge wide appeal, right? There's a small niche of the retro community that likes my channel, and they support me because they like me, not necessarily how good I can play a game. So they're coming in and supporting it and checking it out, and they're happy enough to watch it. And I'm loving it that they're enjoying it, and actually kind of surprised that they're enjoying it, and that's cool. You know, every now and then I'll do something that feeds more into the algorithm, like the Steam Deck or something like that. And I personally do that because I'm following it too, right? And I've got a strong viewpoint on it. I got a decent amount of hate on the Steam Deck video because people didn't like my opinion on it. Well, tough. My opinion is going to say my opinion, regardless of what happens with that channel. And if you don't like it, you don't have to sub. You don't have to subscribe. You don't have to come there. I have my opinion. You have your opinion. Now, if you want to sit down and have a discussion and you want to be civil about it, let's have that discussion, right? My opinions are rarely ever set in stone unless I've done a lot of homework. And then I'm still going to respect your viewpoint on it, even if I don't agree. But if you're just going to come in and be like, well, you're a retard, just stick with your 7-year-old Switch. Well, that's not a useful comment. I can't have a discussion with you on that. That's not even the basis to start a discussion. That's you being a moron. Sorry.
I mean, I agree with that, and I'll add to that some of the pressure and downside to this is, it's hard to get noticed if you're not attracting. People want to see a train wreck. They really do. They want to see drama. They want to see people, you know, making videos about other people. They want to make. There's a whole side of YouTube that gets so much more traffic than our side.
That's only one part of it, though. I feel like
it is, but
some people are just
charismatic,
right? And their channels explode because they're naturally charismatic people. I'm not. I'm kind of more cerebral when I do videos, right? Because I'm thinking through it, I'm working through it. On my streams, I'm a little more relaxed, and it's more of like I'm just sort of hanging out, right? And even that, a lot of people could give or take that. You know what I mean? It's not, you know, I don't have a low-cut shirt, and I'm not on Twitch, and I don't have the camera angled at my chest, you know, and nobody wants to see that, even if I did, trust me. So, you know, I'm not going to get there that way, right? And don't get me wrong, this isn't against like female streamers and stuff like that. There's plenty of them that do streaming in any number of ways, and even the ones that do that, a lot of them are just really good streamers straight out. They're good at what they do. They're good about engaging with their crowd, talking with their crowd. They're good at the game. Or even if they're not good at the game, they're good at making the experience fun. And that's what it's about at the end of the day, regardless of what you're doing. How you choose to get there is up to you.
But there is something to be said about it. I mean, it's sort of a weird position for me because I'm of two minds. Like right now, we have 23 people watching in the chat. Would I love to have 100 people watching the show right now? Absolutely. Trying to figure out why that isn't happening. Infinite with the $4.99 super chat. I better see a low cut shirt next video game.
Myke, now if you accept that, That's technically prostitution.
It's technically prostitution. And Panda did actually technically put a pimp hat on. I think the Panda hat counts as a pimp hat.
Yep.
It does. It does. So
I've been whored out apparently.
and I guess
had no
Panda
idea.
I guess
didn't know
Panda
you
gets
brought
a
me in
cut
here
of that
without your
for.
motives. I better get a cut, son.
Well, I think Panda gets the cut. Bitch better have his money. No.
I don't see no pimp
but
game. I ain't scared.
it's I want to reach more people. I want us to reach more people. And I want us to reach more people because, you know, my regular guys, you guys are awesome. And that's but Chris and Peter are also really good guys with great hearts. Chris is one of the most, you know, generous people I know. You know, Peter is just so genuine and straightforward and has been with me for now over 5 years. I would love to see some success for them too. So there is the pressure of what do we do to get that. One of the things that we swore we would never do was turn to, you know,
drama.
fanboyism, drama, console warring, anything like that. Not that we do it anyway. I mean, I mean, I don't have time to console war. I just don't. I don't even. It doesn't. I'm not 20 years old again. I'm not working at you know, EB Games, you know, during the Sega and Nintendo war. I'm not that guy anymore. And I haven't been for a long time. Because, you know, I grew up. And so but at the same time,
I can't say that. I'm wearing a panda hat with tassels.
This is true.
I didn't really grow up
playing with puppets, you know.
Dude, if you saw the amount of toys I have around me, yeah.
You're not wearing them.
No, not right now.
But one thing, you know, it's funny because Infinite said if you had 100 people watching, I wouldn't be in it. You know, I wouldn't be here if there were 100 people in this chat. And I guess if there were 100 people and they were all Infinites and Foxfires and Big Daddy Game Studios and Axel 1324s, this would probably be a chat room for the ages every week.
Yeah, and I think you can build a community that's kind of like that. When you start hitting, like, you know, 1,000 people in chat, stuff like that. I've seen streams like that. I mean, pretty much the streamer is randomly acknowledging people that throw money, not because they don't care about the other people that are watching, but those are the comments they can actually see, right? Those are the ones that appear as everything flies by at Mach 1 speed, right?
And that's the other side of it.
People get pissed because you're not responding to them in a timely manner.
So you know? That's the other side of it, is that while I would love to be entertaining that many people at a time, and I do feel like YouTube, I mean, there's so many people to watch YouTube. Why aren't they watching our content? So I do feel that, but at the same time, the 22 people who are here, who are in the chat, who are engaged, who are, you know, again, these are people that I talk to outside of this show, and that means something to me. And
Can I interject real quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So as a fan, because it's strange being on here because usually I'm just typing, and here I am seeing you. As a fan, I can kind of tell you that one of the reasons why I love this show, and also Nick's, which is fantastic, is because it feels like you're kind of hanging out with friends. It's almost like you're hanging out at a bar, having a couple of beers, and just having a good conversation. It's laid back, and I find that the bigger channels don't have that same intimate feeling. And I'm not even talking about just how many people are in the chat. It's just, it's a vibe. This vibe here is just good friends talking. And so, yeah, you know, to get more people, you would probably have to be more you as the personality, more straight to the topics and drama. But the downside of that is that then you lose the thing that I'm sure all 23 and me as 24 people love about the show. So It's trying to
And
find that right balance.
And that's never the kind of show that I've ever desired to run. Like, I
No,
knew if I was going to
never.
run a podcast or work with something like that, part of that isn't like, well, it's my show and you guys are here to make me shine. And people have made that comment. They're like, one of the reasons I like your podcast is because it's not all about you. Well, it's not supposed to be.
Right.
That's why it's a podcast. If I was going to do a podcast and have it focus on me, it would just be me talking to the chat. I wouldn't have other people on. Like, I just wouldn't do it. Right? There'd be no point.
Well,
The point of having those other people there is to get their viewpoints, to get them engaged, to have those conversations, good and bad.
well, and that's what I mean too when I say, look, I've had my day in the sun when it comes to that stuff, right? NLG was not born 5 years ago. NLG was born 20 years ago. And I've had my time, right? So this is something that it's like I said earlier, I have two other people that do this show on a weekly basis that I want them to have that nice success. But at the same time, I don't want to lose what we do have, which is
Sorry, Board's comment.
That's nice, cousin Board. I don't want to lose that, Panda. I don't want to lose the fun, family, friendly chat. That's why I do, so much to try to highlight what people are saying. It's why the chat's showing up on the screen. It's why, I try, don't get me wrong. We love when people do super chats. Our friends of NLG really help us to do the giveaways and the stuff like that we're able to do and give back to the community and all that stuff. But that doesn't, I've seen plenty of channels that's the only way that they'll talk to you. And that is something we'll never do. We'll never be like that.
Well, and some, I'm going to come to some of those channels' defense because especially on something like Twitch, because Twitch gets crazy sometimes, even with like the number of people that are in here, so many people throwing up emojis and stuff like that. That's just the culture of Twitch. Mm-hmm. It's very hard to read chat. Like, I can be on a friend of mine's stream and he'll have like 20 people in it. I've had close to 20. It's rare, but I've had close to 20 people in my chat. It is not the same. Right.
Well, but that's also why it's great to have two other people on the show with me. They're all watching, so we're all watching the chat, and we're all able to fill in the time while someone else is looking at the chat to make sure we're not forgetting people.
Right.
So, and I think that's the beauty of what you and me and Mr. Matthews are doing, with the new show we put together on your channel, because I'm
having a lot of fun with that, by the way.
Yes, so am I.
It doesn't have the crowd yet, but I think as people start to get it, I think it'll grow a little bit.
It will.
I don't think it'll be like massive because my subscriber count's just not massive, But I think the topics we're covering sometimes are kind of a little deeper than a channel like mine should cover.
I disagree.
Like Toe Jam and Earl.
Right, like 90 minutes of Toe Jam and Earl. Infinite.
Our first topic was actually pretty heavy-handed, right?
Was it really, though?
Well,
I guess it was.
We kind of went after social media. That's all.
Well, we did. All right, so I'm putting. Yeah, you're right. So Infinite, I'm putting Geeks channel in. We started a bi-weekly show once every 2 weeks called Retro Roots, and it was born from just Nick and me and another gentleman named Mr. Matthews, Rob, that got together and said, hey, let's do something different. And I've as much as I love my brothers, Chris and Peter, but we don't do a lot of retro chop here. We don't, because we're always talking about so much of the new stuff. One of the things that I always loved about getting on, and there's OEB Pete, getting on and doing Amigo All Access and John Amigo After Dark and things like that, was I got to stretch my retro chops a bit. I got to stretch my
and I think
retro legs.
OEBP's actually seen the Retro Root Show because he was asking about it, but I could have swore he's popped in
No,
the
he's
chat
saying, "What is this show?"
He's just trolling you, man. That
Oh,
Yeah,
OEBP
no, he's saying, "What is this
quite a
show?"
troll.
popped in.
Yes.
And Jeff, thank you very much. Anytime I try to do a video, if I try to do something historical or I try to cover a topic, I try to do my homework on it. One, so that I'm not completely talking out my rear end.
Yep.
And two, I owe it to my audience because I've always tried to be. Now, I'm a fan of things like the Amico, but even when I present that, I'm going to give you, in my opinion, in such a way as to say, this is my opinion. Here's how I see the facts, but you still need to make your decision because at the end of the day, you're the one paying your bills, and your money is your money. And I'm not going to be the one to tell you how and where you should spend it. All I'm going to do is present a case, hopefully giving you enough of both sides so that you feel a little bit more empowered to make that decision, hopefully, by the end of anything that I've done, to more confidently make that decision, or at least find more sources so that you can make that decision. And I don't always get everything right. I try, but I don't always get everything right. And if you guys call me on it, you call me on it. I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. But I've been wrong before many times. I will be wrong many more times. That's how I learn anything. I beat my head against it. I get a concussion, and then I come back, and hopefully I've retained something.
Speaking
Don't you
of
find
an
it
awesome,
annoying that nowadays everyone has to explain what an opinion is before they give an opinion? Like, I hate that we live in a time now where you have to say, look, now this is just my opinion, which means, it's okay if you don't agree with it. Like, it's ridiculous that we have to explain to adults what an opinion is.
Well,
Like, it's okay. The world doesn't crumble.
That's because we have a new generation of adults that grew up with social media where you can be tribal and not have a differing opinion. They've been isolated from that, from cliques and groups that share that opinion and don't have any dissension in those ranks because it's dealt with harshly. They get exercised from those groups and they get made fun of, and people know that, right? And it's made a whole new era of people that don't like other opinions or are terrified to have another opinion because they don't want to be cyberbullied, which is a whole other problem in today's era. I would hate to be a kid today. It is so much harder than when I grew up. When I grew up, you had it out on the playground and you went home and it was over. You didn't have to deal with it.
Does anyone here the whole basis of a conversation is the best conversations are the ones that you disagree, and you can learn from one another. You can disagree, but in that you learn from something. You learn about something. You can laugh about something. You grow with each other over a topic. Like, I don't understand why you want to live in an echo chamber, especially over something as stupid as a toy. Like, just over liking a Nintendo system over a whatever system. I think it's such a ridiculous. I don't know. That's maybe my old man.
Well, and that brings up another thing that I think is getting lost on the younger generations, and I could be wrong, and I would love to be proven wrong on this. I feel like growing up through the original console wars in the 90s, you saw both sides actively going at it, right? And it sort of informed you, even as a young consumer, right? And so you wanted to kind of try both sides. Well, what's this blast processing you're talking about? Well, why is this better than this? And why is this? And then you started forming your own opinions of it. You'd have arguments on the playground, but you had those arguments, right? And you still had camps that liked one system over the other, but it wasn't as hostile, right?
No.
Like, people came to a consensus because there were things that people liked on either
hostile. It was all in fun.
Yeah, it was more in good fun, and I feel like it's gotten way too serious now. like it's.
And what are you really arguing about? Which corporation makes more money at the end of the day?
Right.
You see no penny of, by the way.
Right.
It's a stupid thing to be.
I always say, those of you who kind of go for a plastic box and go for a company like that, where's your trophy that they send you when they win a generation? You know?
Do you get a profit of each PlayStation sold? I mean, if you did, then keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, if you are monetarily invested to where you get shares, right? Then okay, then if you have a monetary stake in said company, okay, that's a whole different story. But you know, and Infinite's right. Console warring was done face to face, not over the internet, where you could hide behind a fake name. You know, it's I don't know. It's weird how
It's
adults.
gotten weirder and it's gotten crazier. Like just dipping my toe into the Amico stuff, and I don't even do that much content on it, and haven't in a while because I pretty much said everything I had to say, and then we were doing podcasts, so there wasn't anything else for me to talk about outside the podcast because I'd already said everything I had to say in a podcast. Like,
Right.
what am I going to do? Regurgitate the same thing to have a video? Like, I could do that and probably get 50 to 100 views off of it, which would be like way more than I get on a normal upload, but I'm not going to do it because I've already said it, right? You guys already know. Anybody who wanted to know knows, right? And any of this other stuff that I talk about, I mean, it's the same way. I mean, I'm kind of almost more of a PC gamer these days than I am anything else because I can play the Xbox stuff. Most of the stuff is going to Steam. It's hitting the Epic Store. It's going on sale rapidly. And I like sitting at my desk. I have a comfortable chair. I have a nice layout in here. It doesn't take up the TV if my wife wants to use the TV, right? I can hook up my
Right.
systems and I can record stuff and I can make videos on it. So it's more convenient for me to be here. And it's been so funny to watch the console people laugh at the PC master race because things aren't built for PC anymore, which has me chuckling all the way to the bank because I'm like, I get it when it's fixed and patched and it has a higher resolution and I can wait on it to go on a Steam sale and get it for $15 and, you know, I'll play it years later and it's no big deal to me, but I also don't have to upgrade my hardware as much anymore. Because back in the heydays of PC gaming, PC was leading the market. So they would always build the next engine to destroy the best card on the market so that you could grow into it for the next couple of years. And they don't do that anymore. So having a PC is actually cheaper now than it ever has been because consoles have come so far. So for me, it's kind of been a win-win. If I want it cheaper, I've got the consoles. I can play it there. If I want to wait, play it on PC, I can do that too. I invest in all of it because at the core, at the end of the day, I just want to play games.
Right.
I don't care what it's on.
That's
so long
the
as
key.
it's fun.
Want to play games.
I just want to play games. And if
That's
that happens to be on the Amico, I'll play it on the Amico.
That's what's wrong with us, Nick. That's what's wrong with us. We just want to play
Just
games.
want to play games. I know. I'm a terrible person that just wants to actually, beat Contra finally.
Well, you are playing it on the NES. I mean, that in and of itself is a disadvantage.
Hey, I tried the arcade version and I actually like the NES version better.
What?
So
Really?
much better.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like it better.
All right.
So much better.
Okay. Talk to me. What?
Like the animation feels, and it's probably because I'm used to the NES version because it's the one I started playing. It's wider on the screen. It's not as narrow as it is from the arcade. The animation feels cleaner. The aiming and shooting is tighter because you don't have the extra frames of animation slowing everything down. Names are still coming at you at the same speed, but I can react faster on the NES than I can on the arcade.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
It feels cleaner, like a cleaner experience on the NES. I would challenge you to boot up like the main version of it, try it for a little bit, and then try the NES version. And don't look at it for the graphics, because none of us really look at this stuff for graphics. I mean, I play 8-bit games all the time. I'm really, I can sit there and play Horizon Zero Dawn and go, wow, this is really pretty and this is a lot of fun. But I'm just as happy sitting down playing like Contra or Ghostbusters on like the Genesis or 8-bit systems. I'm just as happy to do that. So, not looking at it from that standpoint and just how tight the gameplay is, make your own decision on which one it is. For me, it was the NES.
I agree.
See, for me, it was Genesis.
And somebody's told me the Japanese Famicom one was amazing and that I should try running that one. I had people actually in the comments on my video say I should try the Famicom version.
Someone wants me to talk about a duck-billed platypus. I can't. If I get on that topic, I'll be on here for an hour just chewing your ear off. So, no comment.
Okay. All right. So by the way, I just wanted to give a shout to OAB Pete. Because I was one of the first, I think I helped him inaugurate Amico All Access. I will say that, you know, I understand it too. You know, I think we've run out of runway for Amico discussion until things, you know, until next year. And you know, not that I know anything. I've been told nothing. I don't know anything. I just my hunch is we're not getting it till next year, which is fine. I could wait. I could wait.
And I'll say that I just have to make it, but I've got a ton of Amico stuff coming. It's just taking this next episode I'm doing with a special guest that you guys know is so insane. I had to cut it into 3 different parts because it's about the size of a movie.
I can't wait to see this. I can't wait to see our video on Monday. I can't wait to see.
Yeah, I'm kind
Monday
of excited.
is here.
I'll be honest. I
Me
did
too.
work for that, and I'm watching him put it all together. I'm like, oh, this is gonna be so fun.
Yeah, I know you have. So OEB Pete has also been saying that since the delay. He's been out there, you know, being very, very straightforward, saying this thing's not coming this year. And you know, and like I said, the beauty of this show is that we talk about it when it comes up. And I'm gonna get Tommy back on at some point because we're gonna do some more music stuff. I mean, I don't get me wrong, I love talking to him about the Amico, but I still to this day, one of my favorite shows I did was just a one-on-one with him when we talked music, because that was a
good stream. I remember that one.
That's my fandom.
A lot of fun. He lit up that whole stream.
That fandom of mine of Tommy Tallarico's is built around his music, not around the Amico. And not, don't get me wrong, I'm all in on the Amico, but I've told him time and time again, him being the president of Intellivision is kind of a bonus thing. You know, if you'd have told me 25 years ago, hey, you're going to be friends with Tommy Tallarico one day, I'd be like, nah, that guy ain't going to have time for me. He's big shot. And here we were talking music, and here I was literally playing his songs for him on my piano, and him going, wow, and him being impressed and overjoyed. I mean, I still remember that, and I still remember pacing around my house for like 2 hours after that show. That's, you know, so my point is that I could talk to him about a number of other things. When Amico stuff comes up, when stuff comes into the news, we'll cover it. It's what we do.
Yeah, no, as far as news is concerned, yeah, like if you know, what I'm doing on my channel is more like story-based. So if, you know, for instance, our next one's about Night Stalker, I'm just making a movie about people stuck in an environment of Night Stalker. If I had to do a show, if I had to do, and maybe perhaps a little music video, hint, hint. If I was a news channel right now is tough. I mean, there isn't any.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. So it's a wait and see game.
And I think they've hunkered down for a reason, because they know they're behind, they know there's a delay, and they're trying to get things done. And honestly, my thing with Tommy is I didn't really know what music he'd done. I didn't know what shows he'd done. I didn't know him from anything until I saw him on, like, you know, on John's show. And at first I was kind of like, I don't know. This guy's like, because he's got this big energy that can be taken the wrong way, right? You can take it as like a snake oil salesman or a car salesman, or you can take it for what it is just a genuinely excited, exuberant personality. And it takes a while to come to that conclusion, right? Sure. Particularly if you're more on the skeptic side than the open-minded side, right? So as I talked to him a little bit, I just became a fan of just Tommy as a person, right? Because here's a guy that has all this money and all these years of success, and he'll just talk to anybody. He doesn't care. He's just happy to have a conversation and meet a new person. And then, like, you're best friends somehow. And it's like the most bizarre thing in the world. Like, you don't meet people like that very often. Right?
No.
It's a really unique personality, and it's exciting to be around a personality like that, because it's almost infectious, right? It makes you want to be a little bit better person, right? As a result, which is nice. It's good to see that in a world that's, let's be fair, according to the media, like, you know, about to explode any moment, you know? So it's good to see that and experience that.
And he's got a good sense of humor because, I mean, I did make him into a talking cardboard cutout robot.
Yes, you did.
So he can take a joke, you know. So when people say that he's this hothead, I think it's just like, well, no, I think what you said was just not very nice, you know. But,
Yeah,
but
I think
when
you create an entire Tumblr blog dedicated to personally attacking him, yeah, he could. I would imagine he probably reacts a little bit different than I do. You know, when you've put your entire life and reputation on the line, and you're getting blasted day in and day out, yeah, I can completely see that. You know, I can completely see that after a while wears on you. So
absolutely,
you know,
I mean, how could it not? I mean,
right?
Being realistic, how could it not? And I get that it's easy to get stuck in that mindset and want to go and because Tommy kind of likes to fight too, so he likes to kind of like want to go after this and contend with it. But the problem is they just don't care to listen, right? It's all just
it doesn't
fun.
suit their narrative.
Well, and it's all just fun, right?
There's not a reasonable conversation to be had.
Yeah.
You know,
and OB Pete, I think says it the best. He's a really nice person, really open and caring, and wears his heart in his sleeve. And I've been accused of that many a times. If I like you, you generally know it. If I don't like you, you know it really quick. I don't have a very good poker face when it comes to that. Neither does Tommy.
No, and you know what? He doesn't have to. Again, when you're taking the abuse that he takes, you know, and he's taken a ton of it, you know, and it comes from everywhere, even places where you don't expect it, and has no root in fact or reason. Yeah, you know, it's after a while, you know, even the best people go, why is this happening to me? And yeah, after a while you lash out. And he's even said, you know, I shouldn't do that. And he's you know, you don't see him around much. I talk to him a lot. But you know, he's not out there like he was because he's trying to, you know, get his stuff done. He's trying to
talk to him in a while. I should probably just ping him and see how he's doing. Like, hey, how's your day going? I feel weird doing that. Am I the only one that feels weird about somebody that's like, you know, multimillionaire just going, hey, how's your day going? Seems weird.
I just sent him blank pics. Fill in the blank there.
I don't because he has opened himself up to that. I mean, he's called me his friend. And I'm the one going, dude, this guy by all rights doesn't have to give me the time of day. And, you know, he'll talk to me about other things, not even video game related. And to sit there and to, like I said, to have this music talk with him, and we're going to do it again. That's unbelievable, you know, and I never would have thought it. So, but, you know, I don't even how do we even get that far? I think we were talking about OEBP. We were talking about Amico All Access. That's what it is.
We were. Yes.
We were.
That guy's nothing but trouble, that OEBP. Nothing but trouble. Most difficult guy in the world to work with, I'm sure.
I'm actually more upset that Pete shaved. Well, although I like his mustache, I do like.
Homeboy was looking handsome with when he had.
I know he had this. He had it going on. But I will say that the mustache, as he kept the mustache. I'm happy with that. I'm good with that.
No, go back to the scruff. That's what you want.
And by the way, I'm also glad he did finally get to see Microsoft's cloud gaming on the VCS. So, hey, what's up, Reprobate? Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, he popped in a minute ago. So
Yeah, he's a good guy.
What does the chat have for us? I mean, we're kind of here at your disposal.
Yeah, I know. We're trying to, let's see.
In the meantime, I can bore you with a fun fact. Myke, a long time ago, I wrote on this very chat room that my world record of staying up for 9 days. I've stayed up for 9 days in a row. Do you remember that? I don't know.
Oh my
You
God.
did. I do remember that. I think I do remember
9
that.
days.
I've done like 36 hours and I felt terrible.
May I
can't
quickly
do it.
tell you the aftermath of that 9 days?
I want.
okay.
This is yes. You will not be boring us with anything. I want to hear this.
This is an absolutely true story. It was back in college. Okay. I'm not going to bore you with that part. I was up for 9 days. Here's how it ended. It ended with, I finally finished my project, which was way above and beyond what you're supposed to do, but I wanted to really try and impress. So I finish it up. I go, okay, I'm finally going to go to sleep. Now what happens is I go, oh, it turns out I'm not too tired. Like, I guess I'm just amped on all this caffeine I'm on. And I go, I finished the project. I feel like I want to write a novel. So I'm in I've been hallucinating the entire time. My roommates had to witness me saying there's a 3-foot moth in the room. I was throwing chairs against the wall. This is real. And so here I am with inspiration. Like, I'm going to write a novel. So I get down and I'm writing. And at the time I was chain smoking. I'm writing. And I'm like,
see this novel now. This is going to be the weirdest novel ever.
Wait,
Right. I almost see him typing on the typewriter. I got this.
Wait for the creepy punchline. So I'm chain smoking. I'm going through these emotions. I'm laughing. I'm crying. I'm like, oh my God, this is like a therapy session. And I just remember writing what had to be 100 million pages. And I go, this is it. This is my masterpiece. I wake up the next day on the floor. But what is next to me on the floor is a finished script, right? That's been hole punched with brads in it. I didn't own a printer. That meant I had to go to Kinko's. I don't remember this. It was about 300 pages long. And here's the best and creepiest part. I go, oh my God, I don't remember going to Kinko's. Let me read this masterpiece. All it was like XB5 exclamation part. It was just gibberish. It was no English whatsoever. 300 pages of just.
I'm gonna lose my headset.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
The creepiest thing. I had to take a bus to go to Kinko's for this, which I have no recollection of. They had to print it and read this madness that this 20-year-old kid is like, oh, this is genius, reeking of cigarette smoke. Oh, this is going to change the world. The little hippie that I was. Absolute gibberish.
You still have it, right?
Work makes someone go crazy.
It's in a box somewhere.
Oh my God. Oh wow.
Oh God. So Jeff actually had a question, and well,
hang on.
I'm gonna get some hate on my answer when we get to this.
All right, so I did find a question too. So there were 2 questions. One was where was it? It was I had it here. Here we go. No. Oh shit. Hang on. Do you guys have a video game pet peeve that you've been guilty of?
Define pet peeve.
Yeah, that's my question.
All right,
Like
so cousin Born,
you do or something that annoys you that's a mechanic in games.
All right, cousin Born, restate that question, please. In the meantime, we'll take the other question. What was the question that you found?
The question was from Jeff. What? Where is it? I lost it. I had it and I lost it. Dang it.
What's your most hated game?
Yes, and why? They're not gonna
You're gonna say Toe Jam and Earl, aren't you?
Because it's a very not me answer.
You're
Breath of the
gonna say Toe
Wild.
Jam and Earl.
Breath of the Wild.
It can't.
Breath of the Wild? Hated?
Well,
You're
and here's
Wow.
here's why. I've spent over 100 hours trying to love that game and trying to find out why everybody seems to think this is the greatest Zelda game ever. It's not even in my top 10. It's not even in my top 10 because it does not feel like Zelda to me. It feels like an open world game that got Link slapped into it and had a little bit of Zelda nomenclature thrown into it and thrown out the door with very little to do.
Okay, but here's the question. If it was called like Stevie's Quest, would you love the game?
No.
So even as a game, you don't?
Even it is the base game. The only part of it I found fun was the Divine Beast because it was the most creative aspect. The mini temples were neat for a little while, but they got tedious after a while. Finding them was tedious. Getting into them was tedious. The puzzles were kind of like one note and tedious. Like after a while, it was just kind of like, I just couldn't get into it. And
Wow.
I tried. And the weapon system combined with the weather system's the worst thing they've ever designed, in my opinion, because when it rains, you can't climb anywhere. Can't do anything. Half the time, you can't cook because it puts out all the fires because the only way you can cook is outside for some dumb reason in this world. And all the fire thing, that goes out. So you end up teleporting around trying to find an area that doesn't have rain. And then I run into a lightning storm and I only have metal armor and I get one shot. It's just frustration on frustration just from the built-in mechanics that they put that I have to work around rather than enjoy. I feel like I'm always working around some mechanic that they thought was a good idea that I don't like in execution.
Okay. All right.
I put almost that much into it, Sai, and I hate it.
Wow.
Because I've tried to play that game 3 or 4 times, and I've given it at least 20 to 40 hours at a shot trying to love it. And actually, I went and played it again with a friend. And at about the 40-hour mark, he goes, "This sucks." And
how do you really feel? That's the question.
A word. I was waiting on his reaction because I knew how I felt. And I thought maybe if I play with him and he gets some joy out of it, I'll start to understand because I really want to get it. I want to love this game. And I still, even now, even talking about it, I want to boot it up again and try again. That's how much I want to love that game.
Okay.
It drives me. I sorry.
No, it's okay. Because wait till you hear my answer. Go ahead, Panda.
You know, I've been trying to remember. I can just tell you a recent experience, and then maybe I'll remember one from the past because there's a million from the past. But I have to say, Skyward Sword for me, oh,
that one's popular on the hated list. Yes.
Yeah, because for me it was just it kept getting in like the gimmick, what I would call for me are gimmicks, kept getting in the way of the adventure. So it's just waggle this, do this, blah blah blah, you know. I immediately went back to Link's Awakening, which I love. Like I went back to that and had a great time. Skyward Sword for me, which I already know is polarizing, so it's not really much of an answer here. But yeah, I don't like when you keep putting in gimmicks. It always felt like it was getting in the way. So for right now, I'd say Skyward Sword.
That one got in its own way many ways because the Wiimote functionality on that. Mm-hmm. I tried a demo of it in the store. And this was just after I'd finished Twilight Princess, which wasn't my favorite, but at the end, I was kind of glad I finished it, but it took me like 50 hours. I thought it was way too long for what it was.
Yeah.
Like it could have been 30 and I would have been happy. I would have given it like 2 thumbs up. You got to play this game. But at like 50, I'm just like exhausted and ready for it to be over. But like Skyward Sword, when I was playing it, I'm just trying to kill an enemy using the Wiimote. And I'm like, what the hell am I doing? And it's one of those Skulltillas, and you had to hit it a very specific way to spin it around so you could hit it in the back, but you couldn't pace around it because it would continuously turn to face you. And I'm like,
yeah.
This is so hard to do on the Wiimote that I'm not even having fun with this.
Yep.
Why would I buy this?
Yeah.
And I just never bought it. I thought about picking it up on the Switch to see if maybe like they changed it just enough that I really enjoy it then, because it looked neat. I just couldn't get into the mechanics on the Wii.
Yeah. It's much better on the
guys,
Switch. You should give that a shot.
People thinking, what the hell is Myke doing? I'm just there. Somehow we've got these little gnat flies that have been flying in our house, and they're everywhere, and I don't know how. So I've just been trying to catch them. Anyway,
I like Wind Waker and Zelda 2, Link's Adventure. I don't think that one's a bad game. I actually kind of like that game, but there's parts about it that drive me crazy, particularly after playing the first one, right? Like the sword being basically a dagger and them still daring to call it a sword. Annoys me. There are things about it that drive me crazy. But at the end of the day, it's still kind of a solid Zelda adventure to me. And Wind Waker, particularly if you play it on the Switch, not on the Switch, I'm sorry, the Wii U. The Wii U version was wonderful. I loved it on the Wii U.
Saggy.
Saggy!
Oh
There's
my
my
God. Oh, Saggy.
She missed them talking about the low-cut shirt for me and the push-up bra and everything. You're gonna have to rewatch this, darling. They pimped me out something fierce.
Oh
It
my
went weird.
Yes, we did.
Weird. It went weird.
I don't even, man, this is twice that she's done this to us. My sister. My awesome sister. She gave.
Yo, I can't wait to buy all the stuff with that money. Thanks, Mike. That's awesome. That's really nice.
$50 super chat and said, "Make it rain for PandaSub2000. Make it rain for Geeks with Cash. Make it rain for brother Myke Mullis. Make it rain, baby." Thank you, Saggy.
But I will say this in Jeff Rule's defense, I've seen plenty of people who really do not like Zelda 2, and a lot of people that don't like Wind Waker.
And welcome, Swami Hills.
And they're not wrong in their own way, right?
Hi, Saggy.
You know, there are parts about that when you talk about it that I'll overlook that drives somebody insane. It's the same way with Breath of the Wild. And a lot of those things I talked about, people, whatever, it's fine. I still love it.
I've been watching. So I've been watching our sister Saggy grow too.
Yes.
Night Trap. Yes.
Night Trap.
So
I've got a very long video about Night Trap. So hopefully you'll like that.
Oh my God, Night Trap.
So, if you like fun, so I will say Saggy has gotten into the movie and comic book stuff that I tend to I watch them, but I don't know enough about, and so it's fun listening to Saggy talk about that stuff. If you haven't subbed to her channel, please do. It's some fun. And she doesn't pull any punches either. I don't know what she's talking about half the time, but she doesn't pull any punches about it. So, and she's also growing too. She's at 1,100 subs herself. I'm gonna throw her link in the chat.
Now? Last time I looked, she was like 1080.
Yep. So I don't know who Matt Jarbo is. I don't know who. I've never watched Cowboy Bebop or anything like that. But
we gotta get you to watch Cowboy Bebop. I think you'd like Cowboy Bebop. It's fun.
Yeah.
Oh, but what do you think about that scandal with the actress though, who said that she couldn't wear the costume?
You know what? There were like 8 million cosplayers that popped up in that outfit after that.
Saggy.
That was just hysterical.
Oh my God, Saggy, what are you doing? Oh my God, she did it again.
What is she doing? Where does she work? I want that job. Just handing out these things.
She does it right now, which has me concerned for her finances.
For her sanity.
Make it rain for Cyrus Martin. Make it rain for Retro Bro. Make it rain for Retro Advisory. Make it rain for Mike Garvey. Make it rain. Make it rain. Make it rain.
Lady Foxfire, you went with Skyward Sword on the Switch. If I can make a suggestion, do you like Link's Awakening?
Such a good game, Link's Awakening.
It's a really good port of the classic Game Boy Color game, and it's really fun and cute.
Yeah, but if that's her first Zelda game, she may actually like it. And then on the Switch, it's not bad.
She might. I don't know. I feel like Skyward Sword is a weird one to start people out on. Like, it just feels weird to start people on Skyward Sword. Hey, you know what? Nobody's made it rain for me. Oh God, I probably shouldn't have said that.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did in the first one. Make it rain for Geeks with Cash. Dad. I meant to say Dad. Make it rain for Daddy. Oh my goodness. Wait till Chris and Peter come back and go, what the hell happened?
What did you do to our show?
Oh my goodness. She's rendered me speechless.
Well, you gotta still talk about the game that you don't like that you said was gonna surprise you.
Oh yes.
On your tongue.
Yes.
When you pick your jaw up off the floor, to steal Chuck's phrase.
You could add drama right now. Just say Astro Smash, and you'll like crash the internet.
Oh, we all know he's lying. He'd be like, "You lie."
Yeah.
It was all a ruse.
All right, you guys ready? Here it comes. Madden football. I have hated Madden football
I don't like any
forever.
sport. I don't like any sports football
No,
games.
no, no, but I
Sports
hate
games in general for the most part. So, this
I
doesn't
hate-
surprise me.
I hate Madden with a passion.
Like Madden
Because-
the guy?
No, no,
Or
no,
just
not
the games?
the
Like
game.
Anything in the Madden
Okay.
franchise of football games?
Yeah. I was always a 2K guy. Madden, first off, you can't beat the computer AI in Madden, period. You just can't. You can't run in the game. You can't throw in the game. You can't play defense in the game. I hate it. I hate it.
So I can make retro advisory boards.
Because I didn't mean to say that.
I say
Oh,
make a real music video with retro advisory boards. Little comment there. I will film it and I will edit it. You guys just
He'll
provide
make
the
it set
G-string.
for you, man. Like by the end of this,
2K
he's gonna
was
have
the
like
best.
both Rab and me doing things we should not do. That's now gonna end up on like some sort of interactive,
Yep.
like GTA themed strip club for
It's gonna
weird
get all
YouTubers.
sorts of weird.
And I'm definitely in to watch that shit.
Oh,
There
yeah.
you go. Mike wants the
He's into
handheld
the
football
weird,
game
creepy
back. See,
stuff.
Born was watching Retro Roots. Mike wants the handheld football game back. Ha.
Yes.
Oh my god. Money
Oh
well
my
spent.
God.
Saggy, I'm just
You've made him turn off on the microphone. The
Yeah,
viewership may go up.
Mike's gonna break down. Oh,
Yeah.
that's it. There we go. There's the tears.
Uh-oh.
It's not a stream unless we
it
have
is
Mike
not,
and tears.
it is not this has not happened for a while, but I mean,
I'm tearing because Nick and I aren't going to see a dime of that.
I don't know what I mean, I'm just
I'm just going to go buy a pack of certs.
Crisco. Oh my goodness.
We bypass salt to go to a salt lick.
Yes.
That's what we are with the salt right now.
Nat in his eyes. Yeah, I got something in both eyes. I need a minute to. Oh my goodness. Where were we? Okay, so we need to deliver here on this.
Well, we've agreed that I'm going to make a weird fetish movie involving all of us. And I've got the resources. You got the bodies. Let's just make this happen.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
That's all I really ever wanted to do.
I told you if you brought me on, Mike, this was going to get weird.
That's the end. That is the total end game of Panda Subs. That's the
That's
the end
Yeah,
game.
it was PandaSub's
That's
in game
wonderful.
all along.
Yep.
Insert evil laugh here.
Wait, what?
Oh, God.
Okay, Saggy.
She came into a bit of money, so she's very happy. She hit me up on the
Like
side
a-
because I was like, "Why do I need to send her like 150 now?"
Is it like Monopoly money? Is that
No,
is
it's
that
real
real
money.
dollars? Oh,
Jeff, thank you for popping in, by the way, man. It's always awesome having you in chat whenever you're in, man. No worries and having to get some sleep, man. I totally get you. I totally feel you.
This is
thanks,
what
Jeff.
family is for, and we are family. When one person benefits, we all benefit. I love you with all my heart, all of you. You all mean the world to me. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for you guys.
Yeah, Saggy's awesome, guys. If you have not checked out her channel, it's raw and it's definitely in your face. But you
you know what?
definitely should, for sure.
That's what
Yeah,
what
it's a
makes
great
her,
channel.
That's what makes her awesome. And she does not, and she pulls
She will not
zero
pull punches. You're
Nope.
gonna know.
Nope.
I
You get-
guarantee you.
She is
You're gonna know.
one of the most. She is real as real gets. That is absolutely true. And I mean, we met her too, Nick. I mean, we met her in Pennsylvania.
Yes, yeah,
and
we met. So many amazing people in there.
Yep.
Anthem was there. Bacon Ice Cream Productions was there. I haven't seen Johnny UPS.
Johnny Ups.
I'm sorry, I keep saying UPS. Why do I do
Johnny
that?
FedEx.
I haven't seen him tonight. He was there. There were a lot of awesome people there. Just not just to mention like getting to meet Cyrus and John and you and Rab and
Boy, that
Relic.
all sounds like a really fun time, guys.
Panda was there in spirit,
In
even though I
spirit.
didn't really know Panda that well yet.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Saggy, you gave him $150. Of course, the man's gonna cry.
But imagine if it was 200.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm kidding.
Don't
I
do that.
guarantee she'll do it.
No, don't do that. Don't do it. Don't.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. But when you throw a dare like that on Saggy, she has those kind of responses. I have to save her from herself
Yes, we
sometimes. Or try.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we actually absolutely do.
I'll tell you the nicest thing that someone ever did for me was that when I lived in San Francisco ages ago, there was a homeless man, and I'd give him $1 every day, and he had a little flute, and he came up after me doing this for a few weeks. He came up with a theme song for me. He's like, I wrote you a theme song, and God bless him, he didn't know how to play the flute. It was just random notes and noises, but I got a theme song out of it, and that was the nicest thing someone ever did for me. Was just beep boop boop beep boop boop beep boop. That was my theme song. So that's my little nice story. That's the best thing I've got. That's it.
That's okay. You got a theme song. All right. So, do we have any?
How do you crash a podcast? You tell a stupid flute story.
No.
I know what everyone will want to hear.
You know, we're still going, and I think the people watching might have gone up.
Yeah, yes, I love bubble tea now. I did show her in Taiwan they make bubble tea what was it? It was like bubble tea popcorn or something. Hold on, let me see. I tweeted it at her.
You said that.
What is bubble tea?
My son gets these things called yum boxes.
It's like a green tea or a tea.
It's an Asian.
It's like tapioca in it. Tapioca balls in.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've never had it.
Depending on which one you get, it can actually be pretty good, or it can be like really bad. So it kind of depends on your taste, right?
Okay.
There's a lot of variants, man. It's like everything else, right? So
sure,
you're gonna run into a lot of them you don't like until you run into one you like.
Ted actually said that flute song should be at the beginning of your videos. But like, so fun fact, an ongoing joke on my show is that the band doesn't know how to play I don't know if you guys have seen the videos, but that the band doesn't know how to play their instruments. And it's all thanks to that homeless guy. Like, I always found that to be the funniest thing in the world. He put so much heart and soul into that song. You could really feel every note of beep, boop, doop, beep, boop, doop.
That's okay.
Domino's has like boba tea pizza.
Really bad recorder that I keep hearing on a lot of videos. Like somebody will try to play a song on like an actual recorder, like you would have in like grade school, and it's like the worst sound in the world. I'm like, I'd rather hear nails down a chalkboard than
that would be my children.
It would be a step up.
Well, you wouldn't want to hear my theme song. It was pretty much that.
That would be my children playing the recorder.
I think that's anyone playing a recorder. It's just not a very good instrument. I mean, it's not. It's meant to introduce you to instruments, not to be a good instrument.
It's a good way to turn you away from instruments.
Here it is. So it's bubble tea popcorn that came out of Taiwan.
Yeah, I remember you sent her that link because I saw you link that
Pop
to
Smile. Pop Smile is the name of the company.
I'll have to try this.
Dude, Japanese and like Asian flavors would get bizarre, man. Like if you go look at like the Kit Kats and stuff like that they have in Japan, it's like all across the board.
Huh.
Like matcha tea is a Kit Kat flavor.
Oh yeah. He got some cool stuff this month. He gets this thing called a yum box once a month, and it's like
we used to get that actually. We used to get that here
from around the world.
Going through enough of it. It's so much of it is hit or miss. Like when it's good, it's really good. When it's off, it's really bad.
Yeah, there's always some kind of chocolate in it, and that makes it good. But there's all kinds of stuff, lemon salt pea chips and stuff like that. I mean, it's
just bizarre stuff. And they like puffed rice too, I found.
Yes.
Like the stuff like Cheetos and stuff like that, but they'll do it like crazy flavors. They love that stuff. So that usually came in like every single one of those boxes. There was some sort of like puffed Cheeto-like thing.
Oh, Infinite does it too. So
yeah, we stopped because we were getting too many of them. We weren't really going through them. It was just piling up in the house because we couldn't bring ourselves to throw it away. And we're like, we finally got we got to stop because it's like over half of this we're not eating and it's sitting around the house, and we feel bad throwing it out, and it just started feeling wasteful. So we just stopped getting it.
I have some stuff we got one. We always say, man, we would love in Spain, or I would never move to Turkey. Although the box from Turkey had some great stuff in it.
I don't think I've ever had one from like Spain or Turkey. I haven't seen either one of
Turkey
those.
was the last box before this one.
Beef flavored Cheeto.
Yeah,
that sounds strange, but. Yeah, I could see beef flavored Cheetos not being good. But yeah, that's been a popular thing to start doing, is start importing like things from like particularly from Japan, right? Because they get really out there with like flavors. So, depending on what you like, you might find something you just like freaking love that now you can only get there, and that's how they, keep you coming back into the store. I told you.
That's not my fault.
That was your fault. I blame you.
That's not my fault.
That's your fault.
But guys, seriously. But imagine if it was a.
That was your fault.
He said, "Don't ever challenge me, Panda Sub. I will always be victorious."
No.
Okay, now I'm done.
All right, I dare you not to give any more money.
No,
wait,
stop.
Wait.
Stop.
I dare you to give money. I meant. That's what I meant.
Stop.
I was trying to flip it.
You can't reverse psychology. Herschel play.
That's what I meant. Reverse psychology.
That's going to be a fail.
Yeah.
I'm new to this.
I know my online daughter. That will be a fail.
I am beside myself. I mean, I'm seriously. Saggy, that's so overtly generous. I don't know what to.
I her like 50 back on a stream one day for like no reason at all.
Yeah, there's some of this is coming back to her because she's awesome, and I mean,
yeah, that's what you should do, is just keep giving it back and forth. Like, just
even Lady Foxfire was like,
Wow.
Her boyfriend's gonna come to my house, beat the shit out of me now. Too.
We can curse.
This isn't his money.
I've been being such a good boy.
I will talk to you about this later, Mike.
Okay, but I mean,
I will explain this later.
Okay.
It hasn't been explained to me on the side because she knows I'll call her on this and be like, "Fuck."
Yeah.
Am I sending this to you like Western Union or something? She knows I'll do it. I will explain this later.
Okay, because I'm speechless beyond speechless. Like I don't even know how to continue on.
Well, let me ask this: do you guys want us to continue on? If so, what do you want the format to be? Or do you guys want to peace out for tonight? Because we have been going for a couple of hours.
I'll tell you one thing real fast.
We're on a show tonight. We run for a couple of hours with like no topics to speak of.
With no topics. So. She says, "No, keep going, damn it." Yeah, we're gonna keep going.
So
we're gonna keep going.
I think we should go around the room and talk about our sizes. But before that.
So I do actually. There is actually something that has come across. That has come across the news web. So
that's right.
Yes.
Can I quickly give a pet peeve? Because I thought of one real fast.
Oh yeah, please.
Yeah, just to answer that question from 45 hours ago. Timers. I don't like any games with timing events. I hate timing events. because once you understand the pattern, but then it's just a chore to get through. That I hate. You've basically solved the puzzle, but now you have to keep doing it over and over again until you get like that. To me, stops the game. Yeah,
Yeah, I could see
hate
that.
timers.
I could see that.
And that is my pet peeve.
Yeah. I can agree with that. I agree with that one.
I don't disagree with that one at all.
Yeah. Oh, and one of my favorite games is Guitar Hero. And I tried to seduce a woman with my Guitar Hero skills, and I wrote her a song, and it just went click, 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 click.
That didn't work, did it? That was not as cool as it was in South Park, was it?
Is that a South Park joke?
Yeah.
Did I just rip off a South Park joke?
Yeah, they were like apparently Guitar Hero was this huge thing, and they were making bands, and they played acoustic Guitar Hero.
And was it just clicks?
Yes, and everybody was
okay.
Yeah, it was totally a South Park thing. You should look up the episode.
Yeah,
really good.
Yeah. and then
because
Randy comes out with a real guitar and is trying to play a real guitar, and they're like, "What are you doing?"
Yes, and they're like, "That's lame, Dad."
Yeah, it's lame.
I just want to do the clicks and just watch the woman's face, just like, how do I get out of here? Baby, I wrote this killer song for you. Click, 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 click,
click, click, click, click, click, click.
Baby, in my mind, you have no idea how good this sounds. And when we get to bed, it's only going to be more disappointing. The night only goes down.
We've hit the high point of the evening.
This is it. It's all roller coaster down from here. Which I guess is a very tiny hill.
All right.
Oh my God. So what was the news topic we were going to cover at some point?
News topic. Oh, yeah. Yes. Okay. So you guys know Horizon Forbidden West is coming out next year.
Yeah. Well, theoretically, yeah. Everything's getting delayed so many times.
They're going to show it. They're going to show it. They're going to show it at a showcase next week.
Well, they've shown it a couple of times. I mean, it looks pretty good. I mean, some of the textures need some work.
Yeah,
but I mean, it looked good.
So, all right, let me bring this up because this is I'm trying to figure out how Sony.
I've seen something. I saw a quick blurb on this, but I didn't really read it, so I don't really know where this is going. So
okay, so
is that what this is? The PS4, PS5 upgrade?
Yeah,
that's kind of dumb.
Hang on, let me get.
That's stupid.
Yeah. So, can I play my PlayStation 4 version on a PS5 console? Yes. Sorry, this is a little... Let me see if I can make this any... Yes, you can. However, can I upgrade my Horizon Forbidden West PS4 version to the PS5? To access both versions, you need to purchase the Digital Deluxe, Collector's, or Regala editions. Dual entitlement does not apply to the standard and special editions.
Are they actively trying to lose to Xbox? Is that their new strategy?
Well, see, this reminds me of an EA maneuver where they were going to charge you like $80, $90 for the deluxe version.
Oh, wait, it gets better.
Their $40 game that they're now charging $70 for, and for $90 you got the upgrade, but you had to pay for it.
There are no plans for an update offer from standard to digital deluxe edition at this time. So not only do you have to buy the deluxe, collectors, or regala editions to get the PS5 version, you have to buy the PS5 version even if you don't have a PS5 in order to get the PS5 version. You don't have an ability to update. Like, at least at launch, you could do that with Spider-Man Miles Morales. You could do that with, there was another game I think they brought out that you could do that with. You can't update. If you buy the PS4 version, you could certainly play the PS4 version on your PS5 console in backward compatibility mode, but you have to rebuy the game or purchase it ahead of time.
Hey, Mike, can I ask you a question? Like, I think you'd actually really know this answer with your background. Is this kind of like a regional or cultural thing? Because, like, I've noticed that, like, Nintendo also has what we would consider backwards and what we would consider like not customer friendly, rule sets and things like that, where like you have maybe the Western philosophy is different or something where it's much more customer serving. I don't know, because it seems like Nintendo is equally making backwards decisions. I don't know if you have any with your background in this. Any knowledge to that?
Well, first and foremost, Cyrus, man, we love you too, brother. He
absolutely.
He did a $5 super chat and said, "I ain't got them."
Oh,
Saggy,
thanks, Cyrus.
Sorry, Cyrus, brother, you are our gaming family too. You know that. I see. I don't know what this is. The reason I don't know what this is because this whole thing of multiple platform games like this is new. It in the last generation, when you had the Xbox 360 going to the Xbox One, you had the PS3 going to the PS4, you had two different SKUs for those games because they were so different in architecture that you knew you were going to buy. If you wanted to buy Watch Dogs, for example, that was one of the big ones. There was an Xbox 360 version of Watch Dogs, the PS3 version of Watch Dogs, and then there was a PS4 and Xbox One version of Watch Dogs that were actually made by different development teams. You knew up front there was no real backward compatibility at that time. So you knew, right? This is different.
I would kind of argue against that a little bit because there were a lot of games that hit both the PS4 or the Xbox One and the 360, right? Because like, say the Borderlands, the pre-sequel, I had it on the 360 and it ran terrible, right? Picked it up again on the PS4 and it ran brilliantly. Same game, same content, just ran way.
But it was
difference really graphically or architecturally to the game. It just ran better.
Correct, and that's how they double dipped you. But the architecture of the systems was different, and you couldn't buy the 360 version and put it in your Xbox One. You couldn't buy the PS3 version and put it in your PS4 and run it. You had to buy the game again, and you had to buy the specific PS4 version. This is something different in this day and age because Microsoft came out with this smart delivery. You bought the game on the Xbox One, and because the Series X, first off, the Xbox One, the One X, the Series X, Series S, Xbox One S, all that, are still in the same family of consoles. The PS4 and the PS5 technically are from an architecture standpoint. So Microsoft has given you an upgrade path. You buy Psychonauts, for example. You play it on the Xbox One. And when you're ready to upgrade to an Xbox Series X, it'll just download the correct version to your console, and all of a sudden you got 4K 60 rather than 4K 30. You've got, HDR versus no HDR, yada, yada, yada. But you didn't have to pay for it. There were exceptions to that rule, obviously from third parties, like NBA 2K did that, EA, as you mentioned. But Microsoft games are scaled to the specific console and many other games are starting to do that, where you buy the game and you get a free upgrade.
Right.
It shouldn't even be an upgrade.
Correct.
It's the same game. It's not an upgrade. It's just utilizing your current architecture. And it's getting less excusable in consoles, to kind of derail your argument a little bit, because basically the consoles are PCs now. So grow up and act like one. If I buy better hardware and that game supports that resolution, then I should be able to play it at that resolution without paying you another $20.
Yeah,
You're absolutely right.
And I'm a PlayStation guy, and it's starting to feel like the hot girlfriend who's like really hot, but she just keeps taking you for all your money, and she's not offering you anything. And Microsoft, who's kind of the nerdy chick, is giving me all sorts of wonderful benefits. Not for me, not my taste, but still so many wonderful things. It's I don't know. They're almost actively going out of their way to anger their community, because I mean, I'm not alone on this. There's a lot of people in the Sony camp that are can't believe this.
Microsoft took this approach. They started this approach from day one, because the original Xbox was kind of based more on x86 architecture than anything else. Basically, it was a PC in a box, right?
Correct.
And so every architecture they've made has been built kind of off that architecture. So it's made it easy to port games from one console to the next console to the next console, for the most part, right? Sometimes they did it through software emulation or whatnot, because our architecture was a little bit different here and there. But for the most part, they've been able to like migrate a lot of your games. That's why you even have like original OG Xbox games all the way up on the Series X, because it can still run them, because it doesn't matter, right?
Right.
And that's the brilliant way that they've handled it. But Nintendo is different than Sony, because they try to do something different each time. They try to change the gameplay experience. So they change the form factor, which changes the architecture, which means you can't fit, like you're not going to fit a GameCube CD inside the Switch, because it's just, it would be too bulky, right? It wouldn't work as the handheld hybrid console that they wanted. So they do the same thing in a different way, trying to come up with a gimmicky experience, or even not a gimmicky, but just change the way you interact with the game. Because that's every time they come to the console, they want you to think about a different way to interact with the game, right? That's their big thing. Right. That's how they've always distinguished themselves. That's why you had the Wii, you get the Switch, you get the DS, the 3DS, etc. Sony just does weird architecture because they have very specific criteria that they want in this particular generation, and it radically alters the architecture, because they always custom build their architecture, which makes their consoles look better towards the end of the lifespan than, say, the Xbox or Nintendo consoles. But you pay for it by making backwards compatibility and everything like that a living hell for anybody trying to do.
Which is why you have PlayStation Now and not direct backward compatibility of PS3 games on the PS4.
Right.
I wish I understood what Sony was doing, and I wouldn't be so critical of it if this wasn't a first-party game. I mean, this is a first-party game. This is not an EA or a Ubisoft thing. This is a Sony thing that they're doing this. But here's the other thing that you know, hubris is a tough thing to get over. And right now, Sony has a ton of hubris because, well, let's call it as it is, man. They dominated the last generation.
That's after they almost fumbled the one before that, trying to get the Blu-ray format because of course, hubris.
Well, and the cell processor too.
Yup.
I mean, PlayStation 2, they dominated, so they got such a chip on their shoulder. They wanted the Blu-ray format, so they got really egotistical and almost ran off their play base. They balanced out towards the end, but the 360 was dominating that generation for a long time, outside of the Wii crushing everybody with actual hardware sales, right? We'll put that one to the side and just make it about Xbox and PlayStation. Between those two, the Xbox was crushing them for the longest time.
Yeah.
Until they made it cheaper and made the slim model. Then the PS4, they pulled ahead because Xbox got a big chip on their shoulder now. And now with the PS5, it's flip-flopped again. Where Microsoft is making all the consumer-friendly moves. Yeah, and Sony's man, we're Sony. Right?
Yep. Well, but see, here's the thing. It's still bearing out right now. Like, Panda, you're right. You know, you hear a lot of grumble, you hear a lot of grumbling, but you know what? People are still flocking to buy PS5s. People are still going to flock.
I booted it up in 2 months. I think I booted it up to download the free games, and that was it. And I've got Ratchet and Clank. I haven't sat down to play it.
I played Wipeout.
I've got Miles Morales. I just don't have any desire to sit down and play him right now.
I played Wipeout on mine the last time because I wanted to see Wipeout in 4K 60 finally. But I mean,
cool.
Wipeout
Oh,
VR.
Wipeout's awesome.
Oh, Wipeout
yeah.
VR would have
Wipeout VR. Wipeout VR is awesome. The only
It's
problem
amazing.
is, I don't want to plug in my. See, I still have my PS4 hooked up because I don't want to. I have the first generation VR helmet that does not pass through HDR.
Yeah,
So-
that thing was a pain in the butt.
PlayStation VR got an Oculus Rift, which was fun for a while. I just haven't touched it in a while. I kind of wanted to get a Quest 2, see if I liked it, and maybe try streaming that when I can set up an area for it. Right now, just get something that has a little more flexibility in where I can play it.
But the Sony fan base has not hit Sony where it counts,
Right.
and that's in the pocketbook. Because no matter what, they'll grumble and grumble and grumble, and then they're gonna buy the game in droves. This game, and I'm gonna be one of them. I'm definitely buying this game, because I played Horizon Zero Dawn. I platinumed it, and I love it.
I love that game. Yeah, it's such a good game.
I'm gonna have this game. That's why I'm gonna have this. I'm gonna have God of War. So I mean, I'm guilty of it. I'm totally guilty of it. But by en masse, the fan base doesn't get phased by this. They'll complain, and Sony won't listen to them. And then they'll go and buy the game anyway, and they're flocking to buy a PS5. I mean, PS5 is still.
You're talking about fandom in general. You could say the same thing about Xbox too, to an extent. I mean, there's people that bought that waiting on Halo Infinite.
But
Halo
Mike,
The
you're
PlayStation
talking,
5, the
Oh,
PlayStation
see, I
5
mean-
is still highly outselling the Xbox,
Right.
and it has
Yeah,
no
it is.
no games that are coming out until next year at this point.
I think Deathloop comes out this coming month. I think that's
Which
still
one?
going to come out, and
Which
that's
one?
it's a timed exclusive on the PS5. And there's
Oh,
like
Deathloop. Well, yeah, Deathloop is. So,
uh,
but Deathloop is not.
Kino, the one with the girl
Yeah.
in the poster.
Zelda
That's
F
coming
one.
out too. Then that looks really good too.
Yep.
But Sony
Kenya.
themselves does not have their blockbuster games, which is another reason. As I thought about it, as much as I argued about Halo Infinite last week, it dawned on me too that, well, that's why Microsoft is pushing Halo Infinite out the door, because they're going to be the only one to have a big game out this holiday season,
Well,
even
and
if it's in
they
December.
need that. And the reason is, and I know Raiden was saying this, that people were bitching about, he gets an argument with his friend about the Series X not having any games, but the PC kind of does it the same way. And they do to an extent, yeah. But PC has its own kind of exclusives, I would say, and things like World of Warcraft and stuff like that
Yep.
really only run well on that format, and that's where you want to play them, even if you could play them on another format. I would argue like
Yes.
Final Fantasy 14's like that. It's probably it feel better to me, more natural on a mouse and keyboard than it, because you've got more buttons that you can use for the controls than it would on a controller, even though I know people played on a controller and have a blast with it, right? The Series X really needs those Microsoft IPs. They need stuff like their Cameo. They need stuff like their Forzas. They need stuff like their Halo Infinites. They need these titles coming out. Not that they're exclusive to the Series X. They can still be on PC, but you need those unique IPs. You want to see those unique IPs. I think that's what the
Starfield.
argument has validity.
Yes, Starfield, for example, is a big one.
Right.
Yeah.
And I still classify that more as a Bethesda thing. And I know they now own Bethesda, but that started as a Bethesda IP. That's not Microsoft IP. And I think Starfield's still kind of hitting those other platforms. I think it's still slated to hit those. What I mean is the ones
Starfield?
There's a lot of
platforms?
IPs that Microsoft just owns that they developed, right? With the things that they made first party early on that they don't do anything with now, that I feel like they could and should.
No, I agree. I agree with that. But Starfield is not hitting any other platforms. Starfield is Xbox PC only.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, again, we don't get into this nonsense that's out on social media, but Pete Hines said something that all of a sudden this big social media guy twisted into, oh, there's a chance it's coming to PS5. and Aaron Greenberg had to shut that down again. He's like, I don't know how many times I have to say this. No, it's going to be an Xbox
I feel like
game.
that's fair because they now own Bethesda. That
Right.
draws you to the platform, and that should stay where they want it to stay. And I'm okay with that. And if you want that, then you pay the price of entry. Either you have a PC that can play it, because you can still get Game Pass on PC, or you can buy it on Steam, because I'm sure it's probably going to launch there. Hell, Halo Infinite is listed on Steam already.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not going to be just Series X Game Pass exclusive. You're still going to be able to buy it on Steam, which for them I think is a smart move.
It absolutely is.
Even on PC and console, I think needs to be more of a thing. But so does the cross-play. That kind of interactivity needs to be a thing. Now, it gets trickier when you start talking like FPS, because I would argue people that are truly proficient on a mouse and keyboard, not me, will dominate people who are truly proficient on a controller. 9 times out of 10. It's just a faster, more responsive, interactive device. Now, you take me and you put me against a good controller player, and they're going to wreck my face because I'm not very good at online shooters, right? But that's not the interface. That's just me being bad.
I just want to say, what's up to GoGo13? Well, now, there are a couple of new IPs Microsoft's bringing out. They've got Contraband, which is being made by Avalanche, but that is their IP. There is Redfall, which is a new IP coming out of Bethesda, and it's out of actually from the Arcane side of Bethesda, and that's a new IP Microsoft has. So
how is that game with the two worlds? I never played this on Xbox.
The Medium.
Yeah, how was that?
I haven't played it. It looks good. I still need to download and play because I think it's still on Game Pass. I think you can still download and play it, can you?
I like it.
I think it.
Hey, Jago.
On PS5 now. I think it transferred to the PS5, PS4, PS5. There's a timed exclusive.
Jago, you know we cut through the bullshit here. So, brother Jago, I'm up late, but this misinformation by guys at actual channels has to stop. Damn right. Send them all our way. We'll set them straight. But these are new IPs, so it takes time. It always takes time.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, the thing is it had a lot of then this is my biggest complaint with Microsoft, and they did this with the Xbox One. They didn't utilize a lot of the IPs.
No, they did not. No, they did not
leverage them. And I tapped out on the Xbox One because things seemed to run better on the PS4. It was easier to find people to play with the PS4, even though the voice chat was a little more seamless on the Xbox. It just didn't make up for the fact that I had more stuff I wanted to play on the PS4, and everything I wanted to play on the Xbox One I could also get on my PS4. So there was really very little incentive for me to buy things for my Xbox One. So it just sort of sat there. And then the Series X started out in the same kind of boat. Like there wasn't a lot of incentive or a lot of exclusives that they were really flexing. Not that they don't have them, they just weren't utilizing any of them, which was frustrating for me as an Xbox fanboy for the longest time. I adored my Xbox and my 360. I could care less about PlayStation during those eras. I adored those consoles.
No, I agree. There are many IPs that for whatever reason that they have just sat on for a long time. I mean,
gobsmacking amount of time.
I don't know why Perfect Dark took so long to.
Yeah, I know. They're at least working on that.
Yeah.
And that's not an IP. That's not an IP. Oh, I don't know if I don't think they're doing a new Cameo. But remember, those are IPs that came from Rare.
Rare.
So
yeah.
those were not Microsoft developed IPs either. Those came over from Rare. Grab by the Ghoulies was a Microsoft IP, but Perfect Dark came from
Crimson Skies.
Crimson Skies. Yeah, Voodoo Vince, which
Project Gotham Racing.
Project Gotham Racing. Now, Bizarre Creations is no longer around, but why can't you bring that back out? Midtown Madness. They had they have they've got Conquer. They've got well, Conquer also came from Rare, so maybe I can't use Conquer. What else did they develop in house? Didn't they own Jade Empire even though BioWare made it? Was that
I don't
was
remember.
that a Microsoft
I never saw
IP?
another Jade Empire, so I've got to assume they did.
Yeah.
You know,
Because I think it sold well. I never saw a sequel that I know of.
you know, Mech Warrior. Mech Warrior. It is a
Rare started
crime.
as a PC franchise, though, didn't it?
That's I'm sorry, Mech Assault. I'm sorry, Mech Assault.
Oh, okay. I was about to say Mech Warrior was on PC for a long time.
Yeah, but that's a Microsoft IP. Now they did bring Mech Warrior 5 to the Xbox. That was nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's not
but
like they didn't try some new IPs. I mean, they had Recore, which got a little repetitive. Really cool idea.
Yeah, which they should have expanded on.
Yeah, they got Killer Instinct to come back, which is phenomenal. That game's amazing.
Yeah,
if you're a fighting game fan and you haven't dinked with that one, it's super complicated because each fighter has completely unique mechanics, and it's got a lot of depth. I mean, you can really lose tons of hours learning a character. Just one, and there's like 40 of them. It's crazy. That game's super hard online.
Yep.
But it's a great title. So it's not like they didn't bring some stuff to the table. I mean, Titanfall landed on there from Respawn. It wasn't until Titanfall 2 they went multi-platform. So they had some titles for the Xbox One that they did utilize and tried to make some new ones.
Yeah. But they,
for me, why I've always loved Sony is because they have great narrative stories, which are the games I gravitate towards.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that Microsoft, for me, does not ever deliver. They have a lot of like dude bro kind of, shooting games and things like that. But they don't have quiet, introspective, drama games, which I love. Even the blockbuster Uncharted 4, like a summer blockbuster, I've had plenty of heart and soul to it, which I loved.
I love that game.
Such an amazing game.
The closest you're going to get to that is since they now have Bethesda, and Bethesda has like the Fallout series.
Oh, sure.
And Skyrim and all that, where it's not really in your face where they're necessarily telling you this huge narrative, but there's a lot of stuff in that world for you to discover, right? And while it's not always my cup of tea, I see plenty of people that dive into it and find all these cool little nooks and crannies and just get lost in the world itself, right? Yep. I can see you having fun with things like that.
Yeah,
right?
That's the only thing I feel that Microsoft, that's the only part of because I own both systems. I love both of them, but that's the one thing where they haven't grabbed me, where Sony has grabbed me. And I think if they could find something to cater to that audience, you'd have a really, you'd get a lot of us over. Think about all the big selling games, Ghost of Tsushima, all those games that we love, God of War, that had action in it, but also, what is it? You, after this
Maggie.
dumb statement of mine, you got it.
Maggie.
Just to be clear, I'm going to be dancing so that Myke makes money. This is
dance for me, pandas, man. Shake that moneymaker.
Why are we doing like the Battletoads pause music?
This is why we're staying on till 1 a.m. my time, because get that car on the road, Saggy. Get that car going.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, no, I do feel like Microsoft is making smart moves. They're trying to incorporate the PC market with the console market, which I always felt was kind of like their end game, right? They wanted to have what was basically a PC in your living room. They wanted to hit that market because they knew they were starting to hit a wall with actual PCs, right? The trend was going more toward consoles. So they're like, well, let's start getting our name in the living room, right? And get people used to that. And they had trouble making it catch on here and there, but I think the way that they're trying to do it now is so... And I know a lot of people like Cyrus and other people, and even me to an extent, would think that it's a little not consumer friendly because you kind of get the game for a certain period of time and then it goes away, and subscription services can be annoying that way. But if you really do play a lot of games, it is the best gaming for your money, right?
It is.
If you can go through even like 2 games, even 2 indie games a month, you have more than paid for your subscription, right? It's just that simple, and they're up there for usually a couple of months. They're not up there for like just a month, right? And any of the stuff that's Xbox Studios, which is like all of Bethesda now, is up there permanently. Like they just did re-upgraded versions of like Quake and Quake 2 and Quake 3. So all those are like there now.
I gotta play that.
Which is like
ridiculous. Quake 4 on the 360 was sublime.
I enjoyed Quake 4. I know it wasn't a lot of people's favorite, but that was one of the first ones I jumped into, and I had a good time with it. I thought it was fun.
Oh.
What's a game that you guys would love to see, like an old school game that you'd love to see remastered, like or reimagined?
Well, I'm definitely getting that with Astro Smash.
Right.
Yeah, and having played this, like assuming you don't do anything crazy with it, right? And you just remaster the graphics and you try to keep the gameplay tight, something like Contra, I think would be amazing.
Yeah,
like you don't think it too much. You give it that nice graphical overhaul. You keep the controls nice and tight, and I think you've got like another classic version that people would go to again and again and again for years.
Yeah, I'd remaster. There's so many games I'd remaster. Like I would remaster Burning Rangers on the Saturn.
Skies of Arcadia is another good remaster one that came up in the
Arcadia. Well, Skies of Arcadia holds on. Skies of Arcadia holds up.
KOTOR would be amazing remastered.
KOTOR would be a good one. Jeff says Saturn Bomberman.
The original Contra's been remastered?
Oh no! I thought you said KOTOR. Sorry.
Sorry, Go.
Okay.
I think there wasn't there one on the Wii or something like that at one point, like a Contra remaster.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah,
but it never made it off of there, and I don't know why. I would like to see that like ported somewhere.
Ooh,
F-Zero.
Foxfire says F-Zero. Yeah,
that could be really good.
Jet Set Radio.
Yeah, Jet Set Radio would be amazing.
Now, Gauntlet has been remastered, or well, it's been
reimagined.
There's reimagined, like Seven Sorrows. But if they were to do like that would be a great game for like the Amigo to reimagine. Soul Reaver. Oh my goodness, Lady Foxfire. Yes. Remaster Night Trap. Let's go. We'd have to find somebody new for what's her name? For Dana Plato's character. Infinite said I'd remaster Shaq Fu. Smurfs remastered with cell shading.
There's already been kind of one of those on the Switch that was like an indie game.
It was out on all platforms. It was called Power Stone.
Power Stone forever. I think that'd be a lot of fun. It would be another kind of isometric beat 'em up feels a lot different to me than like say Smash, and I think it could really work.
Raiden says a Chrono Cross remaster.
Yep, that could be a good one. You know what? Somebody put GameCube
would be
in there,
great
and
remastered.
I'm gonna say it because I know it'll never happen.
Cosmic Arc. Nice. Pull that one out. Nice one, Golgo. Cosmic Arc.
I don't think I've ever heard of Cosmic Arc.
Oh, you never? Okay, so I'm sure you have. Cosmic Arc had a ship in the middle. It started out, it had a ship in the middle, big UFO ship, and you could fire 4 directions. And you had to blow up the oncoming asteroids. And then I forgot what it did from there. There was another one that was based on Journey. What the hell was it called? Based on the band Journey. It was a space game.
Oh, I was thinking of the game Journey, which is a beautiful game, by the way.
Yes.
Oh, that game's amazing.
Splatterhouse had a release on the 360, but I wouldn't mind seeing that. Even though I'm not a huge Splatterhouse fan, I'd like to see that kind of redone.
Could that be done today?
360 when it looked fun.
Here, I'll show you. I'll show you what. Here, I'll show you what Cosmic Arc looked like.
That's actually one of the things in gaming trends that's happened in the last couple of years, and it's been kind of a change in mentality. And I attribute to more women coming to the forefront and directing more and more games. Not that they weren't doing it before, but now more of them are coming forward. Games like Flower and Journey and stuff like that don't necessarily have to be stressful or crazy.
Right.
They're just great experiences.
That's what you had to do. You first had to protect yourself from asteroids, and then you had to come and pick up the
I've
aliens.
never seen this game, but I was not an Atari kid. And this looks like an Atari 2600 game.
Yeah.
Is it not? Hey, don't get me wrong, that's neat. I'm kind of enthralled by the gameplay here.
It's really cool. Now, see, that's what I love about the Amico and some of the stuff that they're reimagining, and I really hope that they do go ahead and reimagine stuff like Atlantis and Demon Attack. See, Gogo's got it, the Magic games. Dragonfire, but Demon Attack was one of my favorites. Atlantis was really good. Rab says Ultima. Sword of the Berserk Guts Red. That would be a great remaster. Although that's another one that holds up well. I heard about that one, but I never played it. That holds up really well. I may have to do some Saturday afternoon Dreamcast streams of some of this stuff.
It's got. I always draw a blank when I'm looking at the titles, but I had at least 20 or 30 games for the Dreamcast, and just
Resident Evil 1.
See a good remaster of like say Turok. Like I know they remastered it, and I need to check on Steam and see if they've got it and see how it plays. But like the one that they came out with on the 360, which wasn't the remaster of the original Turok, was just bad. Like it even made me nauseous in the movement, the way the movement was. And I never get sick from FPSs in that one. Nicole couldn't watch it for more than 2 minutes. I thought she was going to just puke on the floor and freaked her out so bad. And even with my eyes out, I'm like, I can't do this. That's what I can't do.
Yeah.
I got
some games.
I don't want to go off topic, but just something to consider, because the question I've always wanted to ask is also like what game would you love to see the other side do something with? So like, that a Nintendo game that Sega had done something with, like that what they specialize in could have added a new flavor to.
Sony, I'd like to see the studio that they got award to Zelda.
Yeah, that's a good answer.
That'd be insane.
That's a really good answer.
The way their storytelling is and the way their combat mechanics work, that could be an epic experience.
Yeah.
That's maybe the winner. That's a perfect.
Because it just feels like it's right in their wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Id Software doing Metroid.
That's an interesting
Cousin Born, Looney Tunes Space Race. That would be a great remaster.
I keep meaning to download that and play that. Born's asked about that multiple times. I keep telling him I'm going to grab it, and then I keep forgetting about it.
There's
it looks
two
like
of them. Hang on, I'm going to grab.
It would be fun.
Two games,
Cell
two
Damage.
Games I'm going to grab.
I keep randomly thinking of Cell Damage.
I think I was a what do you call those? I was a tester, not for Cell Damage. What do you call those? Like when they get a group together, a focus test or something like that. Focus group. Thank you.
Good night, brother. Brother Jago.
Like on the advertising of it or something like that. That was
ages ago. Tried to do Captain Commando. And there's a Captain Commando. Well, sorry, not Captain Commando. I was thinking Bionic Commando. My bad. Captain Commando. Yeah, I could see that.
All right, so obviously there's Looney Tunes Space Race.
Oh yeah.
But there was another one. There was another one by Infogrames. Wacky Races, based on the Wacky Racer.
That's neat.
I've never heard of those games.
Oh, this had Penelope Pitstop and Dick Dastardly, Muttley, the Slag Brothers. This was cool.
Was it like a Mario Kart kind of thing, or was it just a strip with more of a racer?
No, it was a kart. It was a kart kind of thing.
Dark Forces.
Dark Forces, yeah. Descent 2. Now
I never
somebody
got Descent, but Dark Forces I adored.
Descent. There was a game called Sub-Zero, something or other. I actually have streamed it a little bit way back. That was actually a Descent kind of spiritual successor. Yep, there is the new Turtles game coming out on Switch.
It's 16-bit. Actually going to have April O'Neil be playable.
Yep,
that
Shredder's
just got announced not
Revenge.
that long ago.
Yep,
that looks
Shredder's Revenge.
fantastic, by the way. I'm going to have a lot of fun with that one. If you guys are into beat 'em ups and you're done with Streets of Rage 4, I'm gonna get this review out tomorrow. Come out hell or high water. I mostly just need to add the music and do the thumbnail and tag it. Mayhem Brawler.
Oh yeah, I played the demo of that.
It's actually pretty fun. It's not as polished as Streets of Rage 4, but it's pretty damn fun. And I think if you weren't getting into it before, after I beat my head against it for 8 hours figuring out the mechanics, if you like pay attention to what I'm talking about with the mechanics, you'll have more fun with it. I know I did once I figured them out.
What did the developer of the new Turtles game do? Like, what did they do in the past?
Streets of Rage 4.
Oh, they did. Oh, that's them. Oh,
Yep,
wow.
that's
okay.
Dotemu.
All right, so they know what they're doing.
Yes, they do.
Absolutely know what they're doing.
Yes, they do.
I can't wait to get my hands on the Turtles game, man. I may play that for like months. I would love it if they have like a ton of unlockable characters in there, like they did for Streets of Rage 4.
Oh my God, yes.
That would be great.
I'm sure they do.
So,
because I think the 4 turtles in April, and I think that's it.
Yes, which is enough. So, what else could be? I mean, there's a ton of things that could be remastered.
1 and 2, those are neat.
You know, Daytona USA.
Yeah, I could see that going well.
Good night, brother Jeff.
Hi, Jeff. It's always good having you in chat, man. Thanks for popping in.
Go Game Go. Description down below is the Gamers United Guild member, and you got to check them out on Wednesday nights. They have their open mic nights, their open chats. They're minute.
Attend that more, man. I feel bad because like I wasn't attending it for the longest time because we were always doing Amigo After Dark at the same time. So I got out of the habit of going there. I need to get back in the habit.
Well, it's funny because I now listen to them while I'm working out on Wednesday nights, and yeah, and sometimes I have to stop because they make me laugh so much, and I'm trying to lift a weight, and I'm like, okay, maybe I need to.
You want to talk about unscripted
dangerous
for like 4 hours? Go Game Go channel's the bomb at that. They're amazing at that.
Oh yeah. So, yeah, it is after 1 o'clock. We probably should.
We may actually want to wrap it up a little bit. I'm debating if I'm going to bother to even take a nap tonight or just push through. I'm just going to like push through tonight. I got a maintenance that starts at 1 a.m. my time, so I gotta start 2 hours.
And I have services tomorrow night, and now I have something else to deal with. So,
yeah.
So, but Kaboom hasn't been updated, has it? Yeah, I mean that man, Kaboom on that disc with the Amico controller
I feel
disc.
like a lot of these Atari games and Intellivision games are ripe fodder for the Amico to do, and I know he's hesitant to do it because he wants to pull in that newer, younger crowd. But I think if you do it right, you're still going to pull them in. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
No, it's not you. I really have been trying to talk him into that too.
Wait, he's not interested in doing.
Well, he is, but he's trying to do it. He's trying to not make it their sole focus. He's trying to keep a broader focus to make it more family-centric console, particularly one that smaller kids would enjoy.
Okay.
So they've remastered some games, but they're trying to come out with other IPs that would appeal more to the younger kid crowd.
Right.
And a lot of these games, when they're remastered, are more for our age group, which isn't what he considers his full-on target market.
Right.
Yeah.
Right?
And Rab's got a point. Kaboom is Activision, so they really can't get it yet because Activision's kind of taking a wait-and-see attitude.
Yeah, Pitfall's the same way.
Yeah, could Pitfall be considered an Indiana Jones game? It technically
kind of is, sort of.
Yeah,
even though there was
kinda.
an Indiana Jones game.
Yes, there was. Yes, there was. There was a Raiders of the Lost Ark Atari 2600 game.
Yeah, it seems like
there
retro is where the interest is right now. They'll all be hard to go after another crowd. And I can't really say I disagree with that. Night, Lady Foxfire.
Good
Thank
night,
you for
Lady
hanging out.
Foxfire.
You did.
Please check her out. I put her link in the chat earlier. Please check her stuff out.
I haven't watched a video to make sure it 100% sticks, but if it doesn't stick, I'll just resubscribe again. And then make sure it's
she's awesome. And we're gonna get her on soon too. So Very much going to get her on the show. So, all right. So let's wrap this up. We have gone 4 hours, and this is amazing. This happens all the time. I think to myself, all right.
I think I was going to be able to stick for 4 hours tonight. I'm not even kidding.
Well, I kept thinking to myself, there's no topic, so we'll just talk some games. We'll just have some fun, and then, 11 o'clock, 11:30, we'll be done. No, here we are at 1 a.m. And yes, he did twerk for Saggy, and let's not see that again.
You want to see it again? Now, guys, if you don't get any sleep, think of all the novels that you could write with a little lack of sleep.
Right. So, yeah, the show always does go way over, and we love it that way because it shows how, number one, it shows how engaged the chat is. I mean, no, we don't have the 25 people that we had earlier, but we still have 15 people in here.
Well, and the chat was really what kept us going for like the last hour and a half, because it certainly wasn't us.
No, right. So, good night, Sister Saggy. Love you.
Hi, Saggy.
Love you.
Hi.
Oh
boy, I'm gonna buy so much imaginary things with all that money she gave me.
Yeah, we will
I'm going to that. I'm gonna
put it all on a horse. We will be repaying on a horse. ... on a motherfucking horse. Yeah, love you, Saggy.
Love you, Saggy.
Keep doing what you are doing, because it's working for you, and you deserve it. You deserve
she's
all
got a
the
great
success.
channel. Definitely check
Really
her out.
does. Please keep doing what you're doing. All right, so Panda, this has been a lot of fun, and see, now you can say, I've been on a 4-hour podcast.
I've been on a 4-hour podcast.
Yeah, and you did wonderfully. Not only that, but you covered for me while I had an emergency.
Yes, we did.
So
we did it fantastically.
Yes, you did.
Did an excellent job.
Excellent. No, do not ever think that you can't do this, because you just did, brother. You have succeeded.
Thank you.
So, tell everyone where they can find you.
Me? Yes. Well, thank you first of all, thanks so much for having me, Mike. This has been an enormous amount of fun. And thanks for taking a huge risk with my awkward stuttering self sometimes.
Dude.
You're perfectly fine here.
Yes.
Well,
and you're welcome on anytime you want.
Would appreciate this. This is so much fun. I actually had a really good time. As far as me, you can find me on PandaSub2000 on YouTube, and it's the same with all the socials. And we've got a great show coming out this Monday night with these two gentlemen here. It's an interactive game show, 27 different paths. It's a lot of fun. Go check them out. If you don't like me, at least you like these two. So go watch them on it. So that's coming on my channel on Monday
Such a great
night.
job covering for you, Mike. I forgot I was watching NLG.
Yeah.
Ouch.
That's all right.
I don't know if that's a resounding endorsement for us or for you.
We're gonna pretend it is.
Yes. Oh man. So, now I'm looking forward to this. I'm going to show it again, because I'm looking forward to this show.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our third and final round. To help us out, please give a warm welcome to our three special guests. Myke from the original Next Level Gaming, Nick from Geeks with Cash, and the legendary filmmaker, Qeorge Lucas.
Cheers.
Let's go around the room and hear what each and every one of their mystery topics is all about.
Hello everyone, this is Myke Mullis from the original Next Level Gaming, and my mystery topic is all about the world of...
Well, ladies...
That's awesome.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
You know what's really
funny
funny too? Is in the email you sent us, you said, well, wave or do this, salute, whatever. It's funny that we both saluted.
Did the same thing.
We both did the same salute. That wasn't actually planned that way.
I feel like
Panda
I
told
underplayed
us.
it. It should have had a beer or a cigar or something. And
Yes.
I should have handed up.
No, Panda actually said just do some sort of greeting, wave or something like that.
Yeah, the
And Nick and
instructions
I
were like super clear, and then he sent videos too. And I'm like, I've got this the wonderful email I can just have on the side. I don't really need the videos; those are great, but I'm just going to put this to the side so I make sure I do it exactly how it's outlined.
Well, Panda, if you know how many takes it took me to do those music videos.
Oh yeah, well no, they all came out great. They both the videos were fantastic, and the music is great. Like you guys went above and beyond. I wasn't expecting that much. You guys put an enormous amount into it, so thank you. And it's going to show. It's going to translate really well when you see the final product. So the more that you guys committed to it, which you both did, like even Nick, he does some great, terrible jokes, which I have Man Machine going like, yeah, man, I like this guy. Like it sells the environment, so like you'll see that it really works well in the piece. You guys did a great job.
I cannot wait to see this Monday. I can't wait.
Me too. I still have to make it.
I truly did got awful jokes on it. That was the whole intent. I wasn't even attempting to do a serious joke because I know I'm not going to be able to pull it off anyway. I'm like, I'm just going to go lame. Committed to the lame.
You had me laughing. You had me. I love terrible jokes, so they were great. This guy's great.
All right, Nick. Let me know.
I
so
think
let everybody know.
knows how to find me. I'm Geeks with Cash. You may have to type out the whole thing to find me because sometimes you type Geeks, it's like Geeks with Guns.
Because you
Geeks
are a gamer's
firearms, and everything else under the sun comes up to me. But
I'm
there.
Or just look down in the description of this video.
You can always do it the easy way, I guess. And find me. My channel is eclectic. A lot of retro stuff, a bit of modern stuff. Used to do some game news. I don't do that so much anymore. I want to get back to doing some toy reviews when I can carve out more time to sit down and do them. Because the way I do this, they usually take a couple of weeks because I want to make sure I get all the snapshots that I want, all the film footage I want, all the pans I want. And then I have to write everything out, and then I have to be able to read it and kind of clip it all together the way I want to. And I kind of get out of doing them because it's an entire setup process that takes a long time for me to do. And then nobody ever watches it because the people have been doing reviews on this product for 3 months before I get my hands on it. And then it took me another 2 months to do a review. So, 8 months later, here's my review, and nobody needs to see that anymore. So it's one of those when the mood strikes me, I'm like, I want to do these, even though nobody will watch it. One of those will come out.
And Retro Roots, that's a great podcast. Retro Roots.
Yeah,
that both you guys are on.
Yes, with me and Mr. Matthews. If you guys have not checked out Mr. Matthews, it is literally Mr. Matthews.
He's great.
He's a fantastic guy. He has a lot of really good content. He does a lot of really good run-throughs and stuff like that. They're all really informative and really fun. He does an NES Hard series, which he hasn't done one in a while. He's kind of been working on a series that he wanted to go through the whole series before he did the video on it. So it's kind of eating up a lot of his time on that one. But he's been doing a couple of other things that have been quite fun. And he's just a great guy. He's a great guy in general.
Very talented editor, too. Like I told him.
He's a great editor.
Yeah,
he does a lot. A lot of what I started doing with the Contra series and that Defending Castlevania 2 series was kind of based off a lot of what he did to kind of make that kind of come together the way it did. And I still don't think I could do it as well as he does, but I'm getting better, at least.
Okay. Well,
where can they find you, Myke?
Right here. I'm sitting right here in this chair. I'll be here probably in the morning like this. Now, you guys, you can see it. Actually, I'm only on Twitter on OG_NL Gaming. And then of course here on the NLG Show and doing live streams and all kinds of fun stuff. And
can I make a quick request of you, Myke? What I'd love to see as a fan.
Yeah.
Do you mind? Okay.
Absolutely.
I would personally love to see more of your old, stories from when you were working with Next Level. Like I'd love to see some of your old kind of flat. You had done that like I can't remember what it was, but you were showing some old like E3 footage, I think. If you remember,
I usually
yeah,
do
like,
that
stuff
around.
was great.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
I
did that
usually-
on one of the streams when we went off on what's his name, the not journalist person whose name I'm not going to name.
Yeah,
When
yeah.
you went and showed a bunch of them. I think it was on that's the one where I kept freezing, I think.
Yeah, like you've done it a few times. I'd love to just see more of it because I think that stuff is great. And especially I find that time period when you were working in the industry, like that's such a fascinating time period for me. There's so many great things going on. And the fact that you were there and you could talk from your perspective, I think it'd be like a fun series on your show, on your channel.
That's a great time period for like E3 in general.
Oh yeah.
To be honest, because it's changed so much since then when it was really just like this huge big hoopla. Especially now with them all doing their own online things. It's just not the same.
Yeah. And thank you, Back. The Halo 2 E3 video was awesome. That's one of my crown jewels. It's one of those things that you know, there are some once in a lifetime opportunities that you get, and that was one of them. I typically do this around E3 time, but you know, I could certainly I still have.
Well, you don't have
to
to
see
do
what
it.
else I have.
it's just like as a fan, I just find like to have like a little show where you like once a month or something, like you bring out the old treasure trove and like, oh, this, you know, you bring up a topic from the past and you talk about some of your insight during that. I think that could be kind of a fun little thing, little nugget.
All right.
Little nugget of fun.
I will bring that up with the boys and see if that's something we can do. I love talking about the past. It's
And speaking of, we need to figure out what we're going to do for Retro Roots on Monday because it's going to come up quick.
Yes, it is. Over the weekend we can figure that out.
Yep.
Is that this Monday?
Yes.
That's this
and
Monday.
that's at 11, right?
11 p.m.
Eastern time. Yes.
Eastern
No,
time.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
So, all right, listen, chat room. Thank you guys so much, week in and week out. I'll never stop talking about how much I love you guys in the chat room.
Yeah, this chat's always awesome from like beginning to end. They're always hyper engaged. Yeah. It's fantastic.
So there's only 5 left, but you know, still, and I'm still just gobsmacked with our sister Saggy. I don't even.
That was very kind.
That was, and some of that's going to get reciprocated back on live
It's coming back to her for sure.
Yeah, some of that is because that's wow. So, but thank you guys.
People found me on Twitter from here.
There you go.
Boom. But somebody found me.
There we go. It's at Cash Geeks.
Well, I lost some subscribers, so
I gain and lose people all the time, man.
There we go. That's who you follow on Twitter. And Infinite, yep, you're one of the 3 left. Boy, they're peeling out now because they know we're leaving.
Well,
but
yeah, we do need to wrap it up. It has been a very long stream.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me tonight. Nick, thank you for being a last minute sub.
Last man. Like impromptu. I'm like, I'm gonna be in here in a while. Because like, okay. And finally she came in and went, I'm going to bed. I'm like, all right.
Yeah, you guys are awesome. It's such a joy to know you guys, and of course, anytime you want to come on, you know you're welcome. So this won't be the last time. I am sure of that. So everyone, have a great night. Have a great weekend. Pick up a controller and get some gaming in. We'll see you over on Nick's channel Monday night for Retro Roots. There is a treasure trove of Gamers United Guild shows to watch all throughout the week, including OEB Pete's shows on Saturdays and Sundays, TXR, Retro Renegades, Go Game Go, Papa Pete, Retro Renegades, and 4GQTV. I always say 4 guys of course. 4GQTV, which leads into us on Thursday nights at 9. So we will see you next week with Brother Lemon, 108 Dragons. Gonna be a hot show. And good night, everyone. Play on, gamers.
Happy gaming.
Happy gaming.